Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is Monday. It is Monday. Good to see so many active people around already. Good Lord. Jace, already redeeming the first. Pricks, hello. How is it going? And what up, Billy? You ever get your account resolved, man? Are you still banned
High line.
for years and years and years? Are you still in jail? I think sadly, our Spotify bot does not seem to want to at least start yet. Maybe it will wake up as the stream progresses, but right now it is currently apparently seeming to do nothing. Let me also, while I'm at it, just do a quick double check of my barking commands to make sure they are working. Always got to make sure everything is working around here. There it is. Seems to be working well enough. Well enough. Still banned for 2 years. Oh man, that does suck. So what's going on, Pricks? How are you doing today? Had a lot of fun playing with you the other day in Mecha Chameleon. I played a little bit of Mecha Chameleon last night. Last night was a pretty chill stream overall, as is expected. Not a lot happens on Sunday evenings. I've been considering doing something different in that time slot. I don't want to get rid of that time slot, but maybe doing something a little bit different in that time slot. We did get a raid though. We were just randomly playing some Persona 4 Golden, and Lila Noise, a streamer I was unaware of, came in and gave us a nice little
How did it go
raid.
with
That's pretty
Assassin's
cool.
Creed?
Oh, pricks. My voice is still not even fully recovered from Assassin's Creed because we streamed for 35 hours. We went from beginning credits to end credits in about 33 hours of gameplay. That was really fun. I've been wanting to get back on there and play so much, but I gotta tell you, I've been stressed for time. Ever since the 24-hour streams take a lot of work to set up, more so than I think some people realize. And then there's always this catch up. Everyone knows I write a lot of stuff down, so I wanted to check out Omar's TikTok and catch up on some emotes and some TTS things. I created a custom TTS for coffee, which was on my list of things to do. Congratulations, Lacrosse and Jace, for getting your extra bonuses into the giveaway, getting your extra tickets. That's something else first thing I'm gonna write down today: the alerts for when you give it. I guarantee you, when you redeem channel points for extra tickets into the giveaway, it is working, but it's supposed to tell you. There's supposed to be a message that happens along with it, and that hasn't been happening, and so I gotta fix that. So alerts for giveaway. I'm gonna write that down so I can fix that later. St. George 1010. Good old St. George. How is your flag? Is it still flying above the great country of England? Does your flag still fly, good sir? St. George's flag is one of those classic, timeless flags. I'm a fan of certain flags, although I can never remember which country they come from, but I like to look at them. I won't do anything
in Twitch anymore, but I will be unbanned on Twitch in 2 days.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, well, I figure St. George was probably British. Or you must be St. George from Nepal. I get it. You know, I did know a guy from Nepal once, and you're probably good friends with him. Where are you from, St. George? If not British, which, you know, not being British, everyone. Not being British. Round of applause. He made it. He made it. We have one less person we have to worry about being British around here, which is always a plus. But we do have an active giveaway happening. We have open song requests if you'd like to do that as well. We've got TTS. I think I'm going to update the voices list right now. If anybody is curious, these are our current voices, but they're not all of them because the voices list is getting too big. So what I'm thinking is the ones that are named after viewers, I may just keep off the voices list, and people will just know they're there. I'll probably post a place in Discord or maybe a website somewhere where you can look up all of them because they're getting long. We've got a lot of people with custom voices now in the channel. We have we have a loan. Very nice. Let me get that right now. Our bot is down. It is not a problem. Please do not let that discourage you from adding to the queue. A loan is in the queue and it will play next after this song. We just have our Spotify bot. Spotify's API can be a little bit wonky. If I wasn't multi-streaming, it wouldn't be too big a deal, but Spotify just doesn't seem to like it sometimes when it gets too many calls from a multi-streaming bot like mine does, and so it shuts it off every now and then. It goes through a little cooldown period, but it will be back on. You stream chess. Oh my goodness. Let me give you a shout out because I want to. It'll do, if nothing else, it'll give me a chance to see your channel and drop you a follow. 10, is it at 1010? 1010? Let me check you out. Let me check you out. Dropped you a follow, good sir. I love chess streamers. Ooh.
Omar here, chat.
Looks like you're about the rating I enjoy playing in at the most. I started out as a streamer in March. Actually, it is the 4-month anniversary today. Not that it matters. What's a 4-month anniversary? But I started on the 13th of March. And I was 1850 in Blitz when I first started streaming, and thanks to the help of people like Jace and Billy and Omar, I precipitously dropped all the way down into the 1500s, but we're slowly going back up. We're slowly going back up. That's awesome. What up, Omar? What up? How goes your day today? Thank you for joining the giveaway. It has been a long weekend, but you know, I like it. Summer weekends are often long. There's a lot going on, and this one has.
Give me credit, BC. I gave you cool music.
I appreciate you. Where did I miss it? Because it does have to be added in manually at the moment, Tripster. So I do apologize if I missed any other songs that you may have added in. Omar Samson, is that you, Omar? Omar? We got an Omar and we have an Omar. That's so cool. You Tripster. We had a lot of cool people come around yesterday, which was pretty fun.
Put ice cream by Jeong Hoon in there.
Sure, you got it. Easily done. Ice cream by Yeon. And it's in. See, it's just that easy. It's just that easy. Thank you very much. We have.
There can't be more than one Omar.
The bot might have actually started working because someone put in a song that I did not. Maybe the bot's working now. We'll find out when the song. It's always a dead giveaway when the song shifts because he gets a call out. Can we play? We can. I'm willing to play.
I put a song.
If anybody is new around here, we go live at 2 p.m. We do a little bit of hellos, say hi to everyone. Give everyone a heads up on what's going on. We got a new schedule posted down below. I think next week that schedule is going to change a little bit. It's not scheduled. Not scheduled yet. Still talking with doctors.
Dude, see my streamline to see what hour I have now.
You have. Oh, is your 24 hour going? Did you start officially the 24-hour stream? Very cool. Very cool. Nice. I see you open over. I'm going to keep you.
When are we going to play SF6 Mr. Lamb match?
Let's see. I was going to play that last night, but
hope the best for Eli.
But Sundays I just play whatever, but probably whenever I get a chance to, Tripster. I'm not sure. I don't have a scheduled for Street Fighter 6, but I will be playing that. I've got it written down, and I'm going to be updating the list of all suggested games. So we will.
You'll check out Reki 1 minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Do it, Omar. Do it, Omar. But we go live, we say hello to everybody, then we switched over to puzzles. We do some chess puzzles, including a channel point prediction, a 5-minute one at the end of that. Then I play viewers. And then if you would like a game at that point, I would love to play any viewer. I would love to look at any game you've got. And we have a tournament today. It is a Swiss style tournament, 4 rounds. So you will play 4 games, 10 minutes apiece. The top finisher.
Well, hello again, my good friend.
The top finisher under 1,800 and the top finisher under 1,000 will all get double because we missed last week's due to my medical issue. So we'll be giving away 6 extra entries into the giveaway for today's tournament. What's going on, Cookie? It's great to see you again. It has been a while. It's so good to see you. How are you doing on this fine Monday? It is Monday. It's a beautiful Monday here in the Bluegrass. If you did not know, I live here in the great state of Kentucky in the heart of the Bluegrass. It is absolutely beautiful. The sun is shining. The weather's warm, and I am inside, and I'm completely okay with that because it's a bit hot outside. Wow, 65 consecutive streams, Nikita. That is actually crazy. Without further ado, though, I am going to move a couple things over, and let's get started with some chess puzzles. If you like chess puzzles, I like chess puzzles, but no, it looks like our bot is still down. So do call it out. I'll be paying attention, but if I miss a song request, I do apologize. So bad. Why? What did you do with your feet? What did you do with your feet? Say, George, get some sleep. Get some sleep, sir. Although, you know, you're only around for about 100 years. The universe is 14.5 billion
You've
years
been
old.
walking all day.
You missed much. There's a lot to catch up on, and if you go to sleep, you will not be able to catch up on any of it. I've been blessed. Thank you. How have you been? Oh, I missed. Yeah, my streams have been good. They've been good. We've had a lot of cool things. We just finished a 24-hour stream that took 35 hours so that we could beat Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. We had to kind of laser focus in on the plot and the storyline so we didn't get too distracted because we could spend hundreds of hours in that game. But we finished the game in under 35 hours. We got the end credits about 33 hours into stream.
Omar
that was
back.
pretty fun. I have tried to stay awake forever. Yeah. I think the world record, we looked this up, was about 11 and a half days. Not a good idea to try. You've been walking all day. Have you gotten far? Because sometimes you have to walk very far just to stay still. Just to maintain your place, single place in the world. You have to run
Tourney in
very
3
fast
hours,
indeed.
right?
Tourney in 3 hours. Indeed, Omar. The tournament will be a Swiss-style rapid event. 10 minutes, no increment. You will play 4 rounds. It'll last about 60 minutes to 80 minutes long. And we will be giving away
Whenever
6
we play
giveaway
SF6, I'll
entries.
teach you how to play in depth. We're gonna turn you into a FGC streamer.
I'll tell you what.
We're gonna get you master rank
I'll tell
at
you
least
what.
emoticono cara sonriente.
I'll tell you what. You give me a day later this week in the, you know, like in a time frame about 6 hours from now. Like, so wherever you are, 6 hours from now. If you are around, if you're available on any given day of the week, Wednesday, Thursday, something like that, I could probably set aside like a couple hours at least just to play Street Fighter 6. Just let me know.
Chicken
me know.
fingers.
But we're going to start off with our puzzles. Let me make sure my board looks okay. It looks well enough. If you've never played puzzles before, it's great tactics training. All the best players in the world do it. I watch Hikaru Nakamura. I watch other chess streamers as well. They will extol the virtues
Also,
of
you can
doing
play
your
Bed
puzzles.
Wars on Eglercraft.
Bed Wars sucks. You kill people with beds. Who wants to kill people with beds? No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I've played Minecraft. We've talked about this before. I've played in many Minecraft servers and communities. I even run one, as in I host it. I have the server keys, and I keep the server updated when I'm not being stupid. I'm actually been a little bit lazy about that as of late. But the bottom line is I own a Minecraft server, but I've never PvP'd. No PvP. I have never thrown my bed at people. I have never done so. I have never tried to kill people with a bed in the Minecraft.
This one is free so everyone can play.
Ah, is it just a browser-based one? I know you said there was a browser-based version. But does that have the same impact? Does that have the same novelty as the original? I don't know. We'll see. We'll talk about it. I was looking at the game. I haven't fully updated it, but I was looking at the list of suggested games for stream, and it is a lot. There is quite a few suggested games now. Okay, we're 14 puzzles in. The puzzles get progressively harder as you go. You get a point for each puzzle you solve. If you miss a puzzle, then you get a strike, and 3 strikes and you're out. That's the idea of the puzzle rush. It's great to see everyone today, though. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. I'm looking forward to a tremendous week. I got a lot going on this week. I've got a little bit more free time
It's
this
not about
week.
killing with beds. The bed just protects you, so if you die, you respawn. The goal is
Erica.
to kill everyone and break the beds so they don't respawn.
Hello. I've got some extra time, so it's going to give me a chance. Like this week,
Hello.
you're going to see a little bit more aggressive upgrades and things like some of the stuff I've been talking about. They're going to get implemented slowly over the week. You're going to see more emotes
Fire
getting
music,
added in.
right lime.
I've decided starting tonight, I'm going to finalize and start posting extra emotes in the Twitch and the Kick. And we will. I'm going to start again working on the custom sounds and all that other good stuff. So, gonna have a lot of fun stuff, a lot of minor upgrades happening and the like. I've got a whole list. I've got a to-do list for stream, and it's large, but to be honest, a lot of it is it's manageable. Like, in other words, just because there's a lot on it, it's like I don't want it to be a small list. We got all kinds of cool stuff that I can spend my time on, making things a little bit fun and more engaging.
Queen G8.
Queen G8. Do you think so? It might be hard to get the queen to G8. Omar, that might be a little bit difficult for it to teleport our queen to G8. That might be a little bit rough. But I think
G6.
Yeah, G6 looks a lot better as a mate in 1 for sure. We have the queen cutting off here. We have this. It's probably going to be here. This cuts off all the dark squares. Yep, mate in 1. White to move. Could it be a ladder mate? Probably. Yeah, this is all cut off. Again, our Spotify bot is off. I do apologize for that. Again, there's never anything I can do about that. I've got some workarounds I've considered about that, though, here as of late. But at the moment, there's just not much I can do when the Spotify bot goes down. Just have to wait for it to come back up. Okay, it's going to be trading this rook off and then blocking this rook from stopping our promotion. So we can get to our
Rook
queen
takes
and
rook,
win
then
the
rook
game.
c8.
Yes, indeed. Omar sees it. Omar sees it. If you do like participating in puzzles, please participate. There's some channels that'll get you banned in. I don't know. I mean, I understand why. I do understand why in certain channels they don't want help with, but I mean, this is a small channel. I'm not worried about people cheating or ruining or spoiling, and I can just ignore you anyway. I'm pretty good at ignoring people if you didn't know, so you can always do that. Is it check? If takes, then yeah, it's going to be that. Okay, we have the queen supporting the bishop. Bishop's covering the... So we're very strong on the light squares. Got to do something about this dark square here, though.
Bishop takes g7, then queen h5, then mate on h7.
G7? What? You mean in the last puzzle? Yep, you were right. It was bishop takes g7. Very well done, Omar. I think this is a mate
Last one.
This is mate in one because the knight is pinned to the king. The knight cannot move, and we already got the light squares locked down. So we just got to move the bishop in to checkmate the king.
Mate in one.
A mate in one, indeed. What about this one, though? But what about this one, then, Omar? We have all kinds of great ideas here. This is pinned. We have a check here. That's probably useful.
Sack the knight for queen.
Sack the knight for a queen? Well, I mean, I don't see a way to... I mean, we have this revealing attack on the queen. But is that the right way? Because, I mean, we're giving up 2 pieces.
Sack on h8.
You mean h6? Surely you mean h6, right? With this check. Because we have to check for this to work out. So we check, and then we win the queen.
Yes, h6.
Yep. Good one. Good one, Omar. Omar, I had a chance to look at your TikTok earlier today. We dropped you a follow over there, and you had a nice little video of a couple bullet games that I watched where you lost both games, yet you won them both on time. And you know what? That made me feel good.
Mate in 2, bishop h5.
That made me feel good. Yep, you can take back, but then our queen comes in instead. So that's a good one. We have a lot of things guarding this G2 square, so we're probably going to have to find a way around it by just sidestepping it. Just by sidestepping it, instead of trying to just force all in on this one, we just come over here and back it up and attack on a different angle.
Who needs material when you got the gift of time? Line short on YouTube reference.
Yes, exactly. Omar gets it. Omar gets it. I feel like maybe I'm a bad influence. Bullet Chess Girl would be sad, but you know what? But we're right. But we're right, so it doesn't matter. We have this check, which forced the king onto a dark square. I'm not sure that does anything necessarily. It probably does. If the king runs this way, we have checkmate here. If the king runs this way, then we have checkmate over here. Either way, we have checkmate. We have this check. Does it do anything? But does it do anything? I don't know. This is very well supported, this square. It's very well supported, this square. We could just take the queen, and the can't be retaken because the back rank checkmate, though. So let's just take the queen. Let's just take the queen, and we win the exchange. Queen is covering the light squares currently. Maybe we can displace it. Maybe that's the answer. Or maybe we could attack the H1 square. Yeah, if we go queen F3, I don't think there's anything that's stopping us from H1. Yep, and that's what it is. 28 up, really easy. If you aren't aware, after we do our normal puzzles, just to warm up, after we do a survival puzzle, which I recommend everyone start their day with, there is a great way. What is this? Okay. Sorry, got a little distracted. We have the queen cutting off the enemy's second rank. This is covered. There's some spaces over here. Maybe it's not a checkmate puzzle, but it probably
yes,
is.
Leslie is 1100. Let's FKN go.
Leslie is 1100? When did that happen? Wait, wasn't Leslie already 1100? I could have sworn Leslie was working on 1200 last time I saw Leslie. I thought the strike was currently approaching 1200, I thought. Just as a reminder, we have a club arena happening a little bit later in the day, in like 2.5 hours.
Oh, Rapid is 1266.
Oh, I gotcha. Wait, is this just a free queen? I'm just now noticing the queens are staring at each other across the Great Divide. Our queen does have the ability to move backwards, so let's move that queen backwards and just take a free queen. Okay, we have all this covered.
What is a club arena?
A club arena is on chess.com, Erica. You can create clubs or like little guilds. They don't do anything. They're mostly just social. A lot of people just use them to stay people who are personalities on Twitch or Kick or the like very often have them just to stay in touch with their viewers and stay connected. Some of them are just social clubs and the like. I'm a member of GM Canty's,
Queen G1.
Hikaru Nakamura's, and the Chess Bras is clubs. And within the club on chess.com, it gives a way for us to play things as a group. And so there's a chess tournament that I've set up for every Monday. The format's always a little bit different, but every Monday we're going to be doing a club, and the club keeps track of it all. What did you think it was? I'm sorry. So under 1,000. A queen, a G1. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Then, okay, so it's a double sacrificing of rooks to get the queen onto G5. So so it's not even technically an arena today. I say arena, but it's a tournament that we're going to be running at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, where we're giving away extra entries into the giveaway. Extra entries, and it's just for fun as well. It's a 4-round Swiss-style tournament, if you know what Swiss is. If you're not sure what Swiss is, I should say, I'll be more than happy to explain. But, wait, what? Did I? Oh. Okay, my bad. I see what I did wrong there. I overthought that. I underthought that one, I should say. But we're going to be playing that at 5 p.m. Eastern Daytime. It'll be a little bit fun, just for fun.
I'm tired of typing, but I will try to the puzzle without saying.
Oh, you can type, Omar. You cannot type. You can just watch. You can do however you like it, Omar. 100%. But I like tournaments. I like arenas. I take part in the Chess Bras and GM Canty's and Hikaru Nakamura's tournaments when they run them. I think they're just a fun thing to do. I like the arena format, but you do play a lot of people well above and below your ELO. In a Swiss-style tournament that happens less and less as the rounds progress. So you might get a bit of a disparity in the first round, but it's less in the second and third and fourth as you go, unless you're winning. Like, because you get paired based on performance and rating. Performance first and rating second. Well, this is an interesting puzzle. It's got to be some way to... Maybe here it's attacking the rook and threatening checkmate at the same time. If back, though... Oh, then... Yeah. It's also skewering the rooks. Yeah. And it's keeping an eye on that square at the same time. It covers everything. That queen does it all. It's going to be heat. Really? Really?
You are the greatest chess grandmaster, and other chess players should not challenge you cause they will lose.
I wish that were the case, Erica. I wish that were the case, but I can beat the best, and I can certainly lose to the worst. Well, I don't even think I can beat the best, and maybe in a hyper bullet game. That's very flattering of you to say, though, Erica. You know what? Let's go with that. Yeah, let's go with that. I am the greatest it's ever been. It's funny.
Lime is not doing well today. I might be a non-believer.
Well, if you want to be a non-believer, you can certainly do so. We are doing a channel point prediction for whether I'll hit a score of 30 in 5 minutes. The exact same thing we're doing now, but it also has a time limit of 5 minutes. And so that's happening. I don't know, I didn't really even take a look at that puzzle. I just assumed, just like with this one, I made that move very fast. I barely even looked to see what I was doing there. Okay, what's the difference here? There's got to be a difference. There's got to be a difference between the two squares. I didn't even start. I just went on pure intuition there. Oh, this is a fun one. And then... there it is. There's the mate. Just took a second to see that. Okay. Okay. Did not do well in puzzles today, but, the heck with it. The heck with it. Sometimes I care about puzzles a lot. Other days, not so much. Today was a not caring so much about puzzles.
Line, you son of a nutcracker.
What? That wasn't the channel point prediction. That wasn't the channel point prediction or anything. I don't know. It's like some days I don't particularly care about doing too well in puzzles. What can I tell you? What can I tell you? I kind of want to get into playing Bullet.
I know, but still lock in.
But I want to play Bullet. I'm like really excited about playing some Bullet today. I don't know what it is, but ever since I missed the Bullet Brawl on Saturday, I've really been itching to play some Bullet. I just want to play some Bullet. Like I feel like I got fast hands today. So I'm itching to get over the channel point predictions and then play some viewers, maybe do a game review. And but I want to play some Bullet. I want to play some Bullet. Bullet, Omar. Bullet. Chess. PvP, no PvE. It's not fun to PvE things. I don't want to kill NPC chess places. I want to kill player-driven chess pieces. I want to destroy the homes of my enemies. There is a channel point prediction on twitch.tv. I would love to run channel point predictions elsewhere. If I had a lot of viewership on Kick, I would certainly run them there. I have the ability to, but
son of a dog.
There's never enough. Did you just call my father a dog? Did you just call my mother a dog? Did you just insult my kin, Omar? Is that what just happened? Ow. I apparently have a cut. Okay. I scratched. I hadn't. You ever have an itch somewhere? You reach down to scratch it, and like all of a sudden you realize you've cut yourself, and you like tear open a little bit. Ban them. There is a channel point prediction currently though. If you would like to bet of whether I'll hit a score of 30 or more. Didn't manage to get there yesterday, but that was not my fault because it was early in the morning. I'm gonna hit 30 today. Let me just tell you now, if you vote against me today, Omar, Nikita, whomever, like if you choose to put some channel points up there, that's like be aware that I am hitting 30 today. I don't even care if this channel point prediction doesn't go through. If we got no one who takes part in this channel point prediction, it's still gonna get hit because I feel like I'm gonna hit 30 easily today. Easily today, in fact. What's going on with the World Cup, by the way? Where do we stand with that? What is the schedule for the World Cup? Do we have any... I mean, we'll probably not have any games on a Monday at this point, right? You save that crap for the weekend, right?
No game today.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Definitely wouldn't thought there was a game today. So we have tomorrow, France v España. Then on Wednesday, England versus Argentina. We already know how that one's going to end. That one's already been decided. And then we have third place playoff will be on Saturday. And then the finals on Sunday. Ew, man, I wish I could be here. I'm not going to be live during the finals. Darn it. I'll be live during the third place playoff match, but who cares about that? Who cares about that? Why aren't they doing Friday, Saturday? Who has a major event on a Sunday? In the middle of the day, on a Sunday. Why? It should be on a Saturday. The final should be on a Saturday, not a Sunday. Who does this? At MetLife Stadium, New York, New Jersey. Oh, those poor sacks. Why? You know, you feel that the other way. So if you finish in third place, you get to finish in Miami, Florida. In beautiful Miami, Florida. If you win the thing, you have to be in New York, New Jersey. You have to go to New Jersey to win? Like, how would you? It's like how would you feel if you made it all the way through and you won the FIFA World Cup, but you were in New Jersey? Is that really worth it at that point? Have you really won anything at all?
For Europe and Asia and Africa too, I think the week is from Sunday to Saturday. Holidays are Friday and Thursday.
Are you telling me no, there's nothing religious or anything at all that happens on a Sunday in Asia and Africa and Europe? Howdy, partner. What's up? Hey, hold on. Wait a minute.
I mean Saturday and Friday.
Wait a minute. Howdy, partner. How goes it? Bishop up mine arse. What goes it? And how did it get up there? And does it vibrate? Did I already ask you that? I think I've asked that question before. That leads me to believe you've been here before. I just don't remember. Yeah, actually, that name sounds so familiar. That Hans, is that you? It don't be vibrating, twin. Ah, okay, yeah. I was about to say it don't be vibrating. It ran out of batteries. Yeah. You got to make sure you remember to at least take some time out to remove it and plug it into the wall. Okay. Doesn't look like we're gonna have anyone who takes part in the channel point prediction for the day because we have a bunch of cowards. Okay, well, let's cancel it then. Canceling the prediction. All right, deleting and returning points. Either way, I'm going to play a 5-minute puzzle rush because A, I find it fun, and B, I feel
Do
like
again, I'll not be a believer.
No. Oh, no. We don't do that. Because I don't encourage bad behavior. We've talked about this before. You don't have to put all your points in right away. You could just put a few points in just to let other people know that there's someone taking part. But no, people just wait until the very, very end, and then they throw in their points, and then they're like, why is there no prediction? Well, that's because no one let anyone else know that there was a prediction happening. How would you feel if you were just some random person watching the channel, and then a prediction comes up, and you saw that no one had put any points in it at all? You can always put in more later. You can put in a pittance and then increase it to slightly more than a pittance later. But that's not what people do. Not around here. No. You are free to take part in these channel point predictions however you like, of course. However you like. But it didn't matter because the believers were going to win regardless today because I feel good about my performance. I feel good. I feel good today. And so I just sometimes you feel good and you play bad anyway, which is certainly still a possibility, but I don't know. I just feel like today is the day where we play well.
But what if I put 500 someone puts 20 on no, so I wait till the end?
So just start with 20 then is what I'm saying. And then, if they put 20, then it's just a 20v20. And then maybe someone will put in 40 or 100. Or, if you have 500, maybe someone will see that and put 500 in the end. But it's like, you don't have to put 500 in right away. Plus, I'm one of the few people I've ever met. I am truly one of the few people I've ever met who it's like, if there's not at least 5% on one side or the other, I just cancel the poll. So your points wouldn't even be at risk. Would not even be a risk.
Black missed mate in 1.
I did not miss mate in 1. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. These puzzles are neat in that way, in the sense that they look like real games, but obviously they're not real games. Just sack the rook for this one. That's 22. We have not missed yet. I knew we wouldn't miss. Not today. Oh, no. Not today. Not today. Not around here. Not around here. Black to move. It's got to be... Okay. I see what it was now. Take my rook. I love that pattern, by the way, where you force the king to take your rook. You're just like, take it. Take my rook. Okay. It's got to be sack here.
Fire song.
Here. It's a good song. If I miss a song request, let me know, because I do have to manually add them in currently. We gotta check. We only need 3 more. This is just...
I started playing chess again.
Again? Why did you stop? Billy? Are you going to take part in today's arena, Billy? I set it to where you don't even need to have any games because I was always an issue for a couple people. So you don't even need to have any games. There's got to be something more. Maybe here first? No. Take, then here. There it is. 2 more
Pawn d5.
This is too easy. I feel bad how easy this is. It's got to be check, and then check, and then
Maybe.
mate. 29. I'm too good at this game. I'm too good. I'm too good at chess. You know, they should just rename the game of chess limes at this point. At this point. You know, just because this is too easy. Okay, this puzzle is a little confusing, though. It's a little confusing. It's a little confusing. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. There it is. That's 30. That's 30. Easiest 30 of my life. I did better in a 5-minute version than I did in the survival version. Okay, that's a free queen. Took me a second to see that. I'm like, what is with this puzzle? Let's just block and take. Not. Oh, what am I thinking? Just rook takes, queen takes rook. Of course. Of course. Easy. Easy puzzle. Let me tell you what. All right. Well, we tried. 32 was the answer. If you were a believer, you would have won, but we had no participants until the very, 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 very last second of the tournament, of the prediction. That is fine. Look, there's got to be something that's happening today, though, right? There's got to be some major sporting event happening right now. Are there
Me want bullet games.
any? Well, let's play then, Omar. Send me a challenge while I'm setting this up. Are there any major sporting events today? I don't think anyone else asked. Omer asked on Kick. Omer, if you are around, we can certainly play. We have MLB Home Run Derby. Well, that's not interesting. That's not interesting. I don't know. What was the high score in last year's home run derby? I don't know. Okay, 1 minute. Let me change my scene while I'm at
Coin
it.
flip.
Do you actually want a coin flip prediction? I'll do a coin flip prediction. We can do a coin flip prediction. Let me play Omar. What? Omar? Well, Omar, you playing H? Are you playing the Meadow Haze mistake? Omar, why are you playing the Meadow Haze mistake opening? What has life devolved into? What has life devolved into? Where Omar, of all people, has decided to join the degenerate ranks of the Meadow Haze opening players. You know, I don't think you're playing it right either. Now that I'm looking, like, this can't be right. This isn't how you play this. This is not how you play this. Okay. Okay. I don't know, Omar. It's looking a little sketch. This is looking a little sketch to me. Where's that queen? Where is your queen going? But where is that queen even going, though? I know it's not going in front of my king. I know it's not going there. I think this particular opening requires at least a little bit of tactical brilliance. A little bit. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. Okay, that's one. That's one. Omar, do you actually want a coin flip prediction? Do you actually want that? We can do it. We can do it right after our bullet games. How's that? Let's play. I mean, I think oh yeah. I actually studied a little bit of the Nimzalar. Okay, we'll do a coin flip one after this. You might be the only one participating in though. I actually spent a little bit of time with this opening recently. Looking at it, understanding it, figuring it out. And I still have no idea what I'm doing, but I got nothing. That's a knight. That's a knight, sure. I have definitely not played this well, but you know what? Nah, you don't need to play it well. You don't need to.
No.
No. No, not a coin flip. You don't have to participate, Nikita. I know how unlucky you and how much you hate gambling and how much you wish there was never any
No
gambling on the
coin
channel.
flips.
Why not? Oh, that's bold. That's bold, sir. Sir Omar? Where's your king going? Good game, Omar. Good game. Nikita, what would you like to bet on? Anything? Anything at all? You used to advocate for the flippy of the coins, the coins of the flipper.
I support gambling, but some people will put more points into a side that I spent points on.
You lost.
They're allowed
Stop
to do that.
That's a point. Sometimes.
That's a part of the channel point prediction. You're allowed to do that. Omar, what? Have you lost your mind? What is this? Have you just given up on getting better at the game of chess? We can't continue to play bullet if you're gonna be playing like this. I feel like I'm what's the word? I'm increasing the degeneracy of a minor at this point.
Ban for harassment.
Harassment? I would never harass anyone. I would never do such a thing. Whatever do you mean, Nikita? I've never harassed anyone in my life. Here?
White played a disrespect opening.
Yeah. Very disrespectful, I agree. Where's this knight going? I don't know about that one, Omar. I don't know about moving your queen away from the defense of your king, considering
so
my
they have
queen
to be
was right
banned.
there. For disrespect? Wow, you're like that one dictator who's like, you know, the one from the meme where it's like, you wear the wrong shirt, you're wrong to wear a sweater on this day, straight to jail. You're the straight to jail meme. Okay. Okay, okay. Time. Omar, watch your clock. Gotta watch your clock. Omar, gotta watch that clock. You ran out of time. Time is very important in a bullet game. Time is very important, Omar. You can't just get away from the clock. I don't know about this opening. Omar, of all the openings you've made, I'm not sure about this one. Of all the ones you've ever made, that doesn't seem like it's it. That doesn't seem like it's it. Are you trying to speedrun an adoption? Is that what's happening? Because I feel like that's what's happening. I feel like you're trying to reinvent chess here. I feel like you're trying to reinvent chess. And I don't know why. I don't know why you're trying to reinvent chess. Chess has been around.
F you, I'm.
Excuse you, Omar? Excuse you, sir? Do I need to get the soap? Do I need to wash your mouth out with soap again, Omar? You're the one who's played it. I didn't put the king over there. You are not Zach. I am not Zach. I will checkmate you. Are you done trying to be adopted? Omar, are you done? Are you done? Okay. All right. Let me set up a channel point prediction then. All right. Manager prediction. Start prediction. Coin flip. I'm going to leave this up for 15, 20 minutes. We'll leave it up for 20 minutes. Heads or tails? Would you like to use your channel point predictions? Keep in mind, you can guess one or the other and small, and then if people start putting more points in there, you can just not put more, or you can then put more. Like if you're worried about too many people betting on your side, just put it elsewhere. You know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll even sweeten the pot a little bit. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me come over to my handy dandy sidekick over here, and what I will do just for y'all is I'm going to go to predictions, and I'm going to bet on take my points, please. And I'm going to put
hello.
770 points on into just there, just to seed it. So there are now 777 channel points on take my points, please. That goes to the winner of heads or tails. That just gets divided up. Not used squared, I imagine is what that looks like. How goes it not used? How are you doing today? We've currently kind of been blowing through our puzzles and the first few games. If anybody else would like a game, let me know. We just got done playing Omar. We made him give up. It was like when you make Omar give up in a bullet game, then you know you've done something right. Why did I write Erica down here? I started to write something as a reminder, and I have since forgotten. What did Erica say?
Good. How's everything?
Erica mentioned something, I thought. Was it the club arena? No, it was something else. Oh, darn it. Oh, well. Bruno Mars. Hey, it actually worked. Is our bot back up and running?
Made me crying.
Oh, let me check. Where's my thing? Where's my dude? Where is my dude? Wait a minute. How come you were able to add that song into the queue where no one else was able to? You know what? I don't care. It's working. I'm just going to say it works. Also, Oma Gamer. Yep. All right. Well, I'm just going to play some Bullet then. I've been itching to play some Bullet. We do have a channel point prediction. It's going to be up for 20 minutes. You can bet heads. You can bet tails. Will it be heads or will it be tails? I've already disbalanced the overall prediction by putting an extra 777 channel points into that prediction that are up for grabs. Heads or tails will split an extra 777 channel points.
Okay, I'll play Bed Wars. I'll listen to stream.
Cool. Bed Wars. What a weird game. What a weird game.
How about heads and tails?
Yeah, so it's just a channel point prediction. I'm going to flip a coin. I'm going to flip a digital coin. I've got a website I do that on, and we're just going to be flipping a coin. And it's the prediction of whether it's heads or it is tails. He doesn't know this opening. Okay.
Lime Latch turning into Two-Face from Batman.
Oh, I took with the wrong... Hold on, wait. Maybe,
Also that guy from Jurassic Park passed away, rip.
Which guy? Which guy? Ben Goldberg? Did Goldberg pass away? No way Goldberg passed away. You're telling me Ben Goldberg is dead now?
The actor that played Dr. Grant. Sam Neill.
Sam Neill. From The Lord of the Rings? Oh, this guy's mad. This is the most mad this guy's ever been. What am I, stupid?
He was the main character for Jurassic Park the original and Jurassic Park 3.
There wasn't a main character for that show? And we got him. That guy is big mad. Big mad. Oh, I didn't have my replay buffer on. Dang it. He was the main character for Jurassic Park, the original Android. He was the main character in Jurassic Park 3. Is that the one with Blue? So you're talking about Star-Lord. Star-Lord. He's dead? Wow. Rip Star-Lord. Poor guy. He was pretty young, too. Wasn't he married to, like, Anna Faris? Can't believe Star-Lord's gone.
No. The original 1990s one.
Right. Who was that? What? This guy's taking a lot of time to figure this out. This guy has confused his position quite a bit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, no. Whoo! Whoops! I kind of messed that up. I won it. I lost it. I won it. I lost it. I won it, and then I lost it again, and then I won it. Yay! The original 1990s one. He was the main character, Jeff Goldblum. That's the name, not Goldberg. Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum. The main character, the original 1990s one. He's dead? Wasn't he just selling apartments? I could have sworn he was the apartments.com, and he's gone now. Wow. Rip Jeff Goldblum. He was a real one.
Brian W.
What's W? You're not celebrating the death of a good man, are you?
No, not Jeff Goldblum. The other main character.
The other main character. The blonde. The blonde woman. Well, I don't remember what her name was. Wow, he missed mate in one. You know what? I'll take it.
Oh no. I was celebrating your chess win.
Hooray! Now that's worth celebrating right there. Now this guy's used a lot of time. I am up on the clock, and that is important because this is a chess game. Okay. Wow, he is taking his time with this one. Ah! Darn bishop.
Oh, number 2-minute advertisement on Twitch.
Draw! He ran out of time! 2-minute advertisement? Wow, that's not actually that bad. If it's a 2-minute advertisement. Normally it's a 3-minute advertisement. And it is about that time. We've been live for about an hour here. We're just enjoying playing some bullet games. I've just been in the mood for bullet ever since I missed the bullet brawl. I will 100% be playing in the bullet wall this Saturday. We will not miss that again. Not again. No, no, no. No, no. Not again. Oh, it's my turn. Okay. Oh, shoot. That's my bad. Now we just have to move really fast. Like, incredibly fast.
So how are you doing this Monday?
I'm doing amazing. I'm doing amazingly amazing. I might be just the most amazing in the history of amazing. Having a very good day. Very good day. Haven't had any coffee today, though.
Hello.
I feel like I've been... Is that Suzuya? How goes it, Suzuya? I see an icon next to your name. I can't see what it is just right yet, though.
Hey, Mr. Line.
What's up? I'm just trying to confuse this position. I don't care about winning this position. Trying to win this position would be silly. I'm just trying to confuse the position. I'm trying to keep the tension. Throw in a check. Does that check do anything? Absolutely not. No, no, no. We're not trading queens. Are you kidding me?
How's you?
Here. See, he's trying to win. This person's trying to win this game. This person's trying to win this game. What is wrong with him? And that's, ladies and gentlemen, how you lose. Leslie, I hear that your rating, your power levels, they're increasing. I hear you're gathering strength. I hear your spirit bomb is getting ready to take off. How goes it? Yeah, pricks, but I'm having an amazing Monday. Amazing week. Like, I talked about this here recently. I will say I did have a bit of a rough spot yesterday. I had some family stuff that happened that was a little bit annoying, but you know, who doesn't have family drama, right? If you have a family, you got drama. But these last 2 or 3 weeks have been marginally better.
I hope you the best wishes, Line, with your surgery.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, pricks. I haven't even scheduled it yet. I'm told it's not a huge rush, but I don't know. Can you? Yeah, Leslie, please send me a challenge. Please send me a challenge. I would love one. If you can. Like, I'm not sure if you know how, but if you could send me a challenge, I would be greatly appreciative of a challenge. I don't know how certain people are able right now to put songs in the queue and others are not. That's so strange to me.
Is there community games today, by the way?
Well, there is, in the sense that we have a club tournament at 5 p.m. It's a 10-minute time control, 4 rounds. The whole thing will be done in about 80 minutes at the absolute
Works
longest.
for YouTube.
What works for YouTube?
Rest in peace,
Yeah,
Lindsey Graham.
I don't know why song requests are working for YouTube, and that's what I mean. It's all about the API on Spotify and how it works, and who knows? Who knows how any of that works? Okay,
I think I will start playing chess I have played before, but it was a long time ago.
Wow. Rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham's dead? He's the one who, he was the Keebler elf that made those one cookies, the chocolate ones on one side and the fudge on the other, right? Is that, am I thinking of the right Lindsey Graham? The Keebler
Well, many
elf,
notable
right?
people passed away today.
Who else passed away today? How many more lives must death accumulate before it is all said and done? Where's that bishop going? Where goest the bishop? Where goest thine bishop? Of a rhythm nation.
Yo, what's good, homie?
No face. Hello. Everything's good. Everything is absolute just grand and peachy keen. Peachy keen. Let's play provocative. Let's play queen to g4. It's amazing, no
Lindsey
face.
Graham is an American senator.
He's an American senator? Really? I thought he was a Keebler elf. I could have sworn Lindsey Graham was a Keebler elf. Well, who's the Keebler elf I'm thinking of then? I'm sure there was a Keebler elf named Lindsey. I'm almost certain. I'm almost positive there was a Keebler elf named Lindsey. He's an LGBTQ senator. Ah, that's probably what it is. Now it makes sense to me. I got it. You know, the Keebler elf, he probably just started out as a Keebler elf and before he transitioned. I got it. What did he die of? Too much fudge? Death by fudge is probably my favorite way to go. If I had to choose a way to go, it might just be death by fudge. Just saying. I'm just saying that'd be one heck of a good way to go. Here, check. We got some Justin Bieber in the playlist. Thank you so much for that. We got the Biebs. Where's that rook going? Hey, where's this rook going? Is this the most eloquent way to do this? No. No. But it'll work. But it'll work. Good game, Leslie. Good game. Very nice game. They said a brief and sudden illness. A brief and sudden illness. That's not a cause for death. And also, isn't that superfluous to say brief and sudden?
He flew to Ukraine to meet the president, and medics said he was okay to fly to Ukraine, but while in Washington the next day died. We public still don't know how he died.
Wow. I'm going to say foul play. If we don't know, then it's got to be foul play. I don't know who kills Keebler elves with malicious intent like that just because they're LGBTQ, but I won't stand for it.
What happens when someone doesn't finish their turn on time in chess? Does the person forfeit?
Well, if your clock runs out, if that's what you're asking, if you're asking what happens when your clock runs out, then you lose, assuming your opponent has mating material. Like has enough to finish the game had you not run out of time. Does that make sense? Okay. Am I doing okay in this game? It looks like we're doing... What is that, sir? What is that, my good man? That does not work. I know what you were thinking. I get what you were thinking. But you missed a step. You missed one little step in your logic there. That was a great idea, though. That was a great idea, though. Let me tell you. It was a great idea, though. Okay, I'm going to let you have this. I'm going to let you have this just because I think it'll be fun. Mostly just because I think it'll be fun. Okay. Careful.
Emergency personnel were called to Lindsey
Careful.
Graham address for a report of a person in cardiac arrest, but we still don't know.
So we don't know if he's dead or not? That seems strange. Oh no, he's dead. So we're never gonna have any more Keebler Elves fudge cookies? Or did he keep his recipe around? But
He's dead, but we don't know how.
Oh, we don't know. Oh, okay. I bet it's death by fudge. You know, you can only do so much with fudge before, you know, you get in trouble. Aortic dissection. Was that their new flavor cookie or something? What is that? That would have been a fun mate. I'm not going to let you have that mate, but that would have been a fun mate. Leslie, that would have been a fun mate. I must say, that would have been fun.
What is aortic dissection?
Your mother. This is a fun one. I'm enjoying this. Leslie is trying very hard to win this game. Very hard to win this game.
I just got Joe Mamet sad, but relieved face. I'm sad.
It's been ruled that already. His aorta burst. Wow. Wow. Too much fudge. Too much fudge.
Aortic dissection is a 6 out of 10 death. There are better ways to die.
Yeah, no, I'm with Nikita on this one. There's a lot flashier ways to die than an aortic dissection. There's gotta be. Like those are rookie numbers. That's like a rookie level death. I expect more.
Talking about death is uncomfortable, not gonna lie.
Is it really? All right, we won't have to do it anymore.
I want to fall out of a helicopter and go like Mach 3.
That would be pretty good. I could definitely see that. Leslie, you might have a problem with time here in a moment, I must say, though. It's very possible. It's possible. Not guaranteed, but it's possible you're going to have some time issues. Oh, careful. There. Oh, I was out of time? I genuinely was not noticing the time. There are a lot of people saying that's because of the trip. I guess long plane flights for someone old like that can cause issues. Yeah, I mean, a pressurized cabin.
Watch video to know what happened.
Could be a watch the video to know what happened. What video? Okay. Do I really care, though, Billy? Do I really care? I'm over here making Keebler fudge cookies joke, which I feel went unappreciated. I figure if you can't make a Lindsey Graham as a Keebler elf type joke and it'd be appreciated, then, you know, is it really even learning what really happened? I was hoping that, you know, you know, we were just going to be talking about chocolate and cookies. I couldn't steer the direction. I couldn't get it to happen. I just came in. I don't know what started this discussion. Believe it or not, I tell you, Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park started this discussion. If you can believe that. The aortic tear that likely caused. Okay. Yep. I am absorbing all this information. I see. Rapid, fast. And womp. I love the top comment. The top comment, or at least the most recent comment, has no upvotes. I guess not a lot of people go to the AP for the comment section, right? But the first comment I see on the page is womp, womp. Oh, we have a prediction done. We had people vote on heads and we had people vote on tails because we were going to do a coin flip. Coin, just a flip. Here we go. Here we go. Let me see if I can pull this up on OBS so that everyone can see it. Is everyone ready for whether or not it will be heads or it will be tails? We have 350 channel points on heads, 300 channel points on tails, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. You had 777 extra points. Extra points added into this. You can't tell me you like Gamba and then have an extra 777 channel points there and not go after them. You didn't have either side say, I care enough about those channel points, I want a bigger slice of the pie, despite 54% of the overall poll being free points. I offer you free points. Free points. I just can't. Yeah, he died too. Apparently, Jeff Goldberg died. Can you believe that Goldberg's dead? You know, the star of Jurassic Park 1 is dead. I think I got that right. Let's see. So, but yeah, this is the weakest Gamba I've ever seen in my life. 350 points for heads, 300 points for tails, when there's an extra 777 channel points. Sam Neill, the guy from Lord of the Rings? I thought it was from Jurassic Park. I've already done this shtick, by the way. Sam Neill, who went into Mordor with Frodo. Gotcha. Okay. Flipping the coins, heads or tails? I don't even care. I don't care. You guys suck. Heads won. Heads won. Heads won. Paying out the prediction. Paying out the prediction. Choosing an outcome. Heads. Heads won. Congratulations. Congratulations to the one winner who put points up on the heads. Did not want to wager anything more. There was over 1,500 channel points up for grabs in that one, and no one went after him. Nobody went after him. Janek, best stream. Janek, is Janek the best stream? You know, I've never been to Janek, so is Janek best stream? Is it though? GG. Congratulations to the winners, whoever that was. I'm not even going to look. I don't even care. I don't even care who won that. Who's? I don't know. It could be Jane Kita. That could be Nikita's wife. Thank you very much. I like wearing hats.
Cowboy hat.
Do you know where I get to wear this cowboy hat? Do you know where I get to wear this cowboy hat, pricks? Absolutely nowhere. I live in Kentucky. A bunch of horses and equestrianisms happening here, and I can still not find a place to wear this hat. I think once I wore it to a country music festival. Other than that, I've had no chance at all to use it. It's so weird that the song requests are working on YouTube. That is so weird to me. So weird. So weird. Watch me, nay.
Well, if you ride a horse, you can wear it.
I don't ride horses myself. Do you think I'm getting on a horse? I did ride a horse once, though. Still remember. It's weird the things you remember. About 25 years ago, I rode a horse named Calypso. He was a tan. He was a light tan. He was the oldest horse. Then, you know, because, you know, they go there and they make a big deal of it. You know, it was a horse riding trip with the family. So we all got a horse. We went riding on a trail. And I had this horse with white hair. It was an older horse with white hair named Calypso. And I never forgot that horse. I've never forgotten that horse's name. Isn't it weird the things you remember? I've never forgot the only horse I've ever ridden in my life named Calypso. Isn't that funny? I think it's funny. Leslie, thank you for the games, by the way. Thank you for the games. That was a fun last one. That was a fun one. We do have in an hour and 40 minutes a Swiss tournament. Rapid 10-0.
Would you want to ride a horse?
Of course I would want to ride a horse, but you know how expensive... Look, we have someone, Acelia, right? Cowboy hats have zero use for actually riding a horse. See? See? And that comes from an equestrian. Acelia owns a horse, okay? So we got Acelia in the chat who owns a horse, and she will tell you that they're not worth it.
I know what I ate at 9 p.m.
They're not
on a
worth
Monday,
it. I mean,
2016.
once you already have one, they're worth it, right? But don't get involved. They're expensive. They're you know, you get emotionally connected to this big animal you can't take home. You have to leave it outside. They're expensive. You don't get to wear as cool a outfits as you think. They're worth it, but don't start. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Don't start. Don't start. It's like people who like to fish. Don't go buying a boat. Just sit on the dock. Don't own a boat. Find someone else who has a boat and get on their boat. They live for 30 years. You want to be tied to an animal that's heavier than your car for 30 years? You know, you have to work. You can't go on vacation without wondering how it's going to get fed and groomed and cared for and loved on. It's like, you want to do that? You want to do that? That's hard enough to do with a cat, and cats don't care about you at all. At all. But horses. Yeah, see, you got to rent.
Perfect son for this moment.
You think rent is expensive now for your head. You got to pay 2 rents. You got to pay rent for you. You might start having to live in the barn with the horse because you're paying for his rent. You're essentially that horse's sugar daddy. Sugar mama. What in the heck is that you recommended? What is this? Thank you for the song request, though, in all seriousness. I don't know what that is. Jeezy. Ah, we got young Jeezy. Cool. All right. Let me get back into another Bullet game. I've been enjoying Bullet today. Been urging to play some. Well, if you are a millionaire, I mean, she might be. Acelia, I have long considered a millionaire, except, you know, I don't think so because I know Acelia also works, and I don't think Acelia is the type that would continue to work were she a millionaire. I think she would just sit and play games and enjoy life and ride her horse and not go to work if she had the opportunity to. I might be wrong on that, but I don't think Acelia is actually a millionaire because then she would be elsewhere. She would not stick around. She would not stick around. There are some people that are different. I have friends and family. They live to work. If they are not working, they are not happy. They have to work every day. Every day, all day, every day. Whoops. No, we're good. It's covered. Whoo, no. Why? Bro. Okay, now I messed up. It took me a little while. It took me a little while to throw this game, but do not worry. I did indeed throw this game. I did indeed. Yeah, it wouldn't have been a thing without them for sure. Wait, what? You want Party in the... Okay, you ran out of songs, but that's okay. I'm going to add that one in because, you know, who doesn't like Miley Cyrus and Party in the USA? Here's a song I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah. Without the money, it wouldn't be a thing. I can afford him now on my own, but they bought him for me when I was still in college. Yes, they decided to saddle you with something that you loved and had to pay for the rest of your life. I was reading a fascinating article about why cats die. They don't normally live out their quote-unquote natural lives. They die of kidney problems normally due to some genetic defect of some sort. But apparently there's a new vaccine that could literally... that supposedly has already been tested. It's still got to go under approval. You know what it's like in the medical field. There's going to be all kinds of medical tests and regulations that have to be written and everything. But supposedly it's going to double the age of our feline friends. So cats that live 20 years will instead live 40 years long if this vaccine gets approved. Supposedly the vaccine already works. It's not even hypothetical. It's not even in early testing. It's been used and supposedly it does work. Yes, okay, he missed it. Whoo! He missed it. That's okay. I got a lot of pawns. That's all I need. Pounds. So I can have this pawn then? That's what I thought. Get your butt back there, king. I got plenty of time here, bud. I won. Okay. Whoo! I thought I lost there for a second. Koopa was hard if you had a horse in college. Yeah. And there will be one. So.
That brief fart, hello.
Yeah, you're right, Aselli. They're gonna make billions for cat owners. Billions. I wish I had come up with that idea. I was lucky not to. Yeah. Aselli also made a lot of money. She was both winning prize tournaments as an equestrian and then posting photos to paid only sites for extra income. That's what I've heard anyway. That's the rumor. Actually, try that. Hopefully that's the case. Yeah. All right. No, okay, fine. No, sorry. But you could have. That would have been popular. Oh, we're playing Israel. The entire Israeli conflict hinges on the outcome of this match. I hope I do not blow it. That would be popular, I bet. I bet someone's already done that. I bet, like, the best equestrian in the world has an OF. I'm just saying. I'm willing to bet. If I looked it up. The best equestrian...
Do you like playing against AI or real people when playing chess?
Of course. I don't like playing against bots. I keep telling everyone to stop doing that. Don't play against the clankers. Don't let them take over. Don't go gently into that good night. I'm bailing out. Mm-hmm.
Okay, have a fun stream, but I will maybe come back.
My... No!
Want an idea that gets you $1 billion for an entry?
Yes. Yes. I would love that idea. What is it? Okay, I lost the war. I lost Israel. Israel wins. I played WoW with you. That's true. You did. She did
Pill
play
that
WoW
stops
with me.
aging now give me
She
an
did
entry.
play WoW with me. That, you know, that would have made it harder for sure. That would have made it harder for sure. How much do those sites pay? A lot, and also nothing. I'm told see, here's the thing about averages. This is why averages are no good. Okay, something like I read this, like, and I had to deep dive it. Something like 1 in 3 women under the age of 35 have an OF account now, but that doesn't mean they're all active on it. They just have an account. They went through the process to create the thing, right? But that brings the average down, right? Because they get factored in as women who are earning $0 and everything, right? So as a mathematician, this fascinated me. So you look into it, and it's like something like of women who actually make money on that site who are attempting to make money.
1,300 yearly, but if you get those subscriptions and everything, you make more.
But obviously, it's not hard if you are attracted to make money on that site. Apparently, I don't know. What do I know? I don't know. This is all confusing me. Yeah, you always play against real people. Always play against real people. You know, the computers have already solved this game. Is chess a solved game? No. Will chess ever be a solved game? No. But as computers compared to humans, is chess a solved game? Yes. So let's just pretend that they don't exist outside the purpose of getting better. You know, a little bit of study, a little study, and just not play them. Let's boycott. Let's mutiny. Let's just refuse to play against the AI, and we'll all be happier for it. I'll take it with a rook. Why not? Okay, so I messed up. You know what? I don't need to take this abuse. Pill that stops aging. Now give me an entry. No, that doesn't make you any money. In the short term, it would. In the long term, that makes you lose money. And is likely to get you killed too, by the way, Nikita. Like, those type of ideas are the ones that get you put on a list. That's like saying, oh, you want to make $1 billion? Just invent a chemical that turns water into gasoline. It's like, you will not make it out of the parking lot at that point. I don't care what that chemical is worth to someone. You're not going to cash that check. That formula will not see the light of day. Pricks, you have a wonderful day. You have an absolutely wonderful day. 1,300 yearly, but if you get those subscriptions and everything...
Only sell it to 8 billion people.
Did you just look that up, Billy? Did you just look that up? I don't think you could pay me enough to deal with the number of creeps those sites would produce. I mean, those creeps are still out there. I'm willing to bet you deal with you game online, Acelia. You're not going to convince me you're not already dealing. By the way. Like, don't tell me. Like, I don't want to know. Like, I seriously don't want to know. You know, because it's like, you know, it's not my business. But I'm willing to bet you're currently dealing with at least one stalker. At least one. At least one. You play games online. How could you not? How could you not? Let's see here. Let's move back. It's not me, by the way. That wasn't me who sent those photos. That wasn't me. That wasn't me who showed up on your doorstep. Not me. Not me.
Not just stalkers, but trash talkers.
Okay, where's this queen going though? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. You can have that side of the board. You can have that side of the board. I don't want it. That side of the board is cursed. All right, let's trade everything off. He overcooked it. He overcooked it. He's like, I'm going to attack the back line. It's like, you have fun with that. You have fun with that, sir. What is that? Well, now that's what we call a crash out. That's what we call a crash out. Let's see. Dang rip. Only sell it to 8 billion people. It's not about that. It's about getting out there in the first place. You know, have you ever thought about that? Like, if you did have, like, this world-changing technology. Let's say you created this box, okay? I have the, like, in this bottle, right? In this bottle, I have the key to global warming. All you need to do is mix it with some industrial-grade chemicals, and you will solve global warming. Who are you going to give this bottle to? Who are you going to trust? Are you going to call the FBI? You're going to call the government? You're going to call some random ass scientist? Like, let's say you solved it. You're going to call your local college? You're going to call the local police? You're going to call your local politician? Who are you going to call? You got this thing that's really valuable, could save billions of lives, and it's just like, it's in this bottle right here. Who are you going to trust with that bottle? Who are you going to hand that off to? Who would you trust? Who would you trust? What game is the viewer turning? It is a 10-0, 10 minutes, no increment game. Billy's got an OnlyFans. I believe it. I believe it. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to sub to it, Acelia. I can't find it, though. That's what I mean, though. There's a thing called Google. If gaming gets you the stuff I've seen, what does OF get you? It's a force multiplier, Acelia. It's a force multiplier. The amount of money you get goes up. The amount of harassment you get goes up. The amount of creeps you get goes up. The amount of family drama you get goes up. I was reading, because I love this stuff. I love like learning about
I need to do
anything that deals with social media and its impact on society. But the amount of people who is like, there was a discussion someone posted on Reddit about, it's like they wanted to get into OnlyFans, but it's like, can I just not show my face? I'm worried about my mother finding out or all these other things. And it's like, these people came out of the woodwork, half of them who were in the business already, and this is on a Reddit post. And I read this entire Reddit thread. It was amazing. And they're like, look, do not dip your toes in this pool. Do not do it unless you are fully prepared to be caught, and everyone in your entire family knows, and your coworker, your kids, everyone, be ready for it, because maybe you'll be the lucky one, but be ready for it, because I don't care how carefully you try to dip your toe in, you put your toe in that pool, expect to be found out into this day and age. Their anonymity is not what you think it is. Yeah, the trash talkers too. Of course. Need to do something right now. See you at 5. Okay, not used. It starts about 90 minutes. In about 90 minutes, the viewer tournament starts. They'll still find you. They will find you. It's like they have a special set of skills. They will track you down. They will find you. And they will expose you. Hi, Reki. How goes it? Which is the reason why Reki has such a moral code. This man does nothing wrong. He does not drink. He does not play. He does not smoke. He does not gamble. He believes in the straight and narrow path, and I respect it. Abandon all the problems of the world with sobriety. Except call soccer football. That's fair. You know what? Actually true. Actually true. Actually true. Okay, here. Why push this pawn? I don't know. But push it we shall. That's fine. I have a useless bishop. Let's see if I can make it less useless. Let's see if we can make our bishop a little less useless. Just a little less useless. Okay. Oh! Here?
That's BC, bro. I see as a clean dude, and when I do a mistake, I regret it.
Not me. I never regret nothing. I never regret anything you ever do in life. Dude. Here. What? Confusing. Okay. Does he have time, though? But does he have time, though? People. All right, I gotta go out in this 95-degree weather. Talk to you later. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, Zay. Thank you so much for stopping by. We gotta play something again recently. I am so behind on everything. Ever since I started streaming, I don't have any time to keep up with like my goofing off. My goofing off hours have completely gone out the window. I can't keep track of when games are coming, what shows are happening. I can't do nothing. Okay. Let's shout. Okay, we have someone playing stupid. That's fine. Enjoy your elo. I'm sure he'll be 2,000 soon. All right. I'm not sure what this person's doing, but it's funny. Yep. He spent a lot of time with that. I hope it was worth it. That guy's got to feel pretty bad about that one. Wow. Okay. That guy was appropriately named. Okay, I just wasted 5 seconds for no reason, but you know what? That's okay.
My network today is pretty bad.
Your net worth guy is bad. Why? And he's out of time. Why is your network bad? Net worth bad? Are you playing
anyone from stream?
Not
Thinking face.
Not at the moment. Would you like to play a game, Leslie? I would love to play you. I would certainly love to play you. I've just been enjoying. Oh, Nikita wants it. Wait, is this done, Nikita? Nikita, why are you 1700 rated? Nikita, what did you do? What did you do? Did you have to create a new account as well? What is this? What is this madness? There is no way you are 1667. There is no chance of this.
I don't know, but it sucks.
What do you mean you don't know? Why does it suck? How do you not know? Nikita, why are you 1600 rated?
Want to see something cool I did with Naz's project?
Nikita, after all the jokes about sandbagging and fair play violations, why are you 1700 rated? What? Why? Why are you 1700 rated? I would like a bit of an explanation. Yes, I would indeed like an explanation.
What happened with Nikita?
I have no idea. That's my question to Nikita. This is exactly my question to Nikita.
What you accusing him of?
Fair play violations. Isn't that what he always accuses me of? Clearly, Nikita is sandbagging. Clearly, he had to create a new account because his old one got banned or something. Clearly, Nikita, plus 32 a game, mind you. Plus 32 a game.
I didn't play so many games.
Right. I'm sure there's nothing suspicious about Nikita being rated 1600. Nothing strange about that at all. I'm just going to play
My manager approved you are a good dude, Limelatch.
That's awesome. Thank you for saying so, Reki. I aspire to be as good as you one day, in fact. One day. Maybe not today, but one day. I literally, you know what? I literally have no move. Did you just blunder? Did Nikita just blunder? I feel like Nikita just blundered. Like, I feel like he did. Okay. Nikita, I'm genuinely
Dark Angel
curious
here.
what happened to your account. Genuinely curious. Dark Angel, hello. It's been a little while. How goes it? I'm not sure you saw, but we did our 24-hour stream. It took us 35 hours to play through it all. See, this is what I do when this happens, and then I just let the fair play team figure out what happens with that account. I just let the fair play team figure out what happens with that account, because clearly someone has been sandbagging their account, and they're like, their elo is gonna shoot through the roof, and I can't be a party to that. I can't be elo boosting my friend and expect not to get punished myself, because that's what Nikita said happened with me in Once Spoken when I purposely took elo off of him. When it was like, so I can't just go around giving elo to Nikita and not expect to get a fair play violation
I played
myself.
only 10 games.
Ever? Like ever? Yeah, but Dark, we
Before.
played all of the Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced game, and we finished that game in 33 or so hours. That was fun. That was fun. And man, met a lot of new people on that one. Not a lot of new people after that one came by. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all.
Give up your king, line left blunder, line left blunder, line left blunder, line
I'll
left
give
blunder,
up
line left
whatever
blunder, line
I
left blunder,
want.
line left blunder,
Whatever
line left
piece
blunder, line
I
left
want,
blunder,
I will
line
give
left
up. I can give up any piece I want.
I met a lot of new people in my life.
A lot of nude people in your life. I've only met like a couple nude people. Ah! Darn it. How is your day going, Dark? How have things been in your neck of the woods? Aw. Okay. Yes! Aw. Good enough.
Want to see something cool I send you in Discord?
Yes. Give me 1 second, though.
I've been here, so interesting.
What's interesting? Oh, you met a lot of people in your life? Yeah, how's your 24-hour stream been going,
Did you
Reki?
know you go fast?
I try to go fast. I try to go very fast. I try to be speed. Okay, you know what? That was my fault. I'm just going to try to win this one on time, I guess. No way. Oh, my lord. Mouse slip. That was a mouse slip.
I goes well.
Man, that mouse slip almost caught me so bad. Let me see. What does Reki look like right now? I still have a stream pulled up, I think. Still at it. Where's the time on your screen? Wow, your first 24-hour live stream. That is very cool. That is a very cool thing to do, though, Reki. That is a very cool thing to do. I'm glad to see you're doing it. Hey, our bot's back up. The Spotify bot is working again. That's nice. So now I won't have to manually add in song requests. Why do people keep playing this garbage? Just a reminder, we do have a... Hold on one sec. We do have a viewer club tournament happening in an hour and 10 minutes. Registration starts in 10 minutes. It is a Swiss rapid tournament. 10-0 tournament. What is my opponent doing? You have all kinds of moves here, bud. You could just move here. What is happening? What is happening? Okay, you know what? I'll take the elo. You know, I got to get back some of the elo that Nikita skimmed off the top of me on his way to the heavens. On the way to the heavens, Nikita has taken some of my life essence with him. And I'm all for it. I'm completely okay with it. What in the good heavens is that? Okay. That's all I really wanted to do was induce him to make that silly move. Okay. Strange. He let me off the hook. He let me off the hook. Okay. Hold on, give me some. Oops. 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 I made a small mistake. Cost me the whole game. That was very unfortunate. All right, let's see if we can play some solid chess here. Get out of there.
Reckles Recky playing no Wi-Fi Dina Sour game.
Nice. Okay. I'm gonna get this one. This one I'm getting.
So can you check Discord?
Oh yeah. I forgot. I'll check right after this. Right after. Give me uno momento, por favor, s'il vous plaît. Really? Woo, 20 seconds up. 20 seconds up. Okay, let me see what we got in the Discord. I heard something good is in the Discord waiting for me. Let me see what we got. Let me see what we got. Am I even on the right account? We got Pricks. Want to see something cool? Pricks. That's terrible. That's terrible. Oh my God. Why would they do this? That's so cheap. That's like when they were trying to make people, you can post that in the public Discord, by the way. If you wanted to, just saying. That's so cheap. That's like when like people try to sell you like buy this 1 foot by 1 foot bit of Scottish land and you'll be a Scottish lord, or we'll name a star after you in the National Star Registry or whatever it was. That's so cheap. It feels so scummy. I just messed up. I just messed up. That's okay. It's okay. What is that?
It was free.
What was free? That wasn't free. You had to pay for that. Okay. Okay.
Want a link to apply?
No. No link. Thank you. Woo! What am I listening to? Is this a recommended song? Who recommended this? No, Jace isn't here. No one recommended that. No, only Jace would have recommended that song.
I'm not even joking, it was free.
What do you mean it was free to apply? Wait, no. It's free to apply, right? If I read the free print, you're not going to convince me they're going to etch your name on that thing for nothing.
We're not doing viewer games at all. Just
Yes.
finished my workout, arms looking huge.
No face with the guns. Get the gun show. That's awesome. Yes, No Face, I would love to play you. No way. I don't buy it. Huh. I'm going back into Discord.
For nothing.
Also, who the heck is Grace Roman? Hold on, I gotta lock in. This is No Face. You never not lock in when there's No Face on the line. Okay. I'm sacking. No way I'm not sacking here. No way I'm not sacking here. No face! Okay, here we go. Round 2. Registration for the club tournament has started. I'm going to join it myself here in a second. There, joined. I'll post a link to it too, but it is on the club page. You do have to be a member of the club to play in it. I promise you I do not spam you. Some clubs I'm in spam quite a bit. And it's only a mild annoyance, but in any event, I won't do that. I wouldn't even do that. I'm sacking. Does this work? I don't know. We're going to find out. No. While we're at it, keep this bishop out. No.
It's a space telescope name in honor of Nancy Grace Roman.
Who is Nancy Grace Roman? Was the question. Okay, we got one of our pieces back. We're just going on the attack. We're going all in on this attack. The attack either fizzles or it doesn't fizzle. Will it fizzle? Will it not fizzle? We got to go here. I think we have to. Nope. No face. Took just a little bit too long to calculate all that.
Known as the mother of the Hubble, Dr. Roman was the first chief of astronomy at NASA and the first woman to hold an executive position there.
Really? Really? I did not know that. I did not know that one bit. Did anybody else know that?
You're an on fire dude.
I'm just being very aggressive today. I'm just feeling like being aggressive. All my moves today are just anger-fired aggression. No. Okay. It's okay. I just wanted more open files. Just wanted more open files. Okay. I'm running out of ideas here. Okay. I may have to sack something. I may just have to sack something to recover. Okay, he sacked first. He sacked first.
I will not force you to do it, but I really like the ticket with my on it and the fact that my name is on the telescope.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, that I gotta admit, that's a little cool. Oh, we got time. We had to win that one on time. I feel so cheap. I feel so cheap. If you're just joining, we got a viewer tournament happening in an hour. It's a rapid event. 10 minutes on the clock, no increment. Swiss style, 4 rounds. Won't take any more than 80 minutes tops. That's the tournament. I'm sacking. I'm sacking. We're sacking. It's all sack all day.
How many years have you played chess for?
Many, many years. Oh, I get to keep my bishop? Okay. Oh, my queen! That's all right. I didn't need that queen. That queen's job has been done. That queen did enough damage. Kind of. Oh, my
can't
rook!
beat Nikita.
I'm not supposed to beat Nikita. You know how good Nikita is at the game? I think Nikita does nothing but play chess. Uh-oh. No, those are my pawns. Leave me but one pawn. Let me have my one child. No! No! No, FaZe! No! I sack so much.
Yeah, but you have more experience?
Well, yeah, but look. I had a family member once, an elderly, older than me, family member once, who made the claim that we were talking about driving ability, right? Because I'm a great driver. First of all, if you didn't know me,
Can you resend the link to the tournament?
if you don't know me, first thing you need to know about me is I am a great driver. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. I am a great driver. With that being said, this person said that they were a better driver than I because they were driving before I was even
He
born.
shed the lock in there.
That was really good, no face. That was a really good game. That was really fun too. And they made the claim that they were a better driver because they had been driving before I was even born, right? That's what that claim was. I'm like, yeah, and you've been doing it worse than me the entire time. It's like I wouldn't feel good if I was driving that bad for that many years. And the reason why I'm saying this is just because you do something for a very long time doesn't mean you're good at it. That doesn't mean you're better at it than people who've been doing it for the very times you get. What is it? Is it it's a logical fallacy. I can't remember the name of the logical fallacy, but it's the one where you make a call based on experience, like just because I've been doing this for so long. Well, it's like, well, maybe you've been doing it for so long, but that doesn't mean you've been doing it right. That doesn't mean you've been doing it right. You could be doing something wrong for a very long period of time. That don't make it a good thing.
Yeah, but everything you practice, you can master.
No. See, that's what I'm saying. Listen. I had a band teacher. This stuck with me my whole life. Middle school band. I dropped band before I got to high school. Middle school band teacher. He made this very clear. He's like, I'm going to teach you people. This was day one. I'm going to teach you students how to practice. Because practice does not make perfect. Okay? And he made this point. That's a lie that's been told. You learn to do what you do the way you do it. If you practice something wrong, then you will learn how to be perfect at doing it the wrong way. If you practice it wrong, you can practice it, but if you're practicing wrong over and over and over again, then the only thing you're going to do is get really good at doing it the wrong way. That doesn't mean you're mastering anything except you could make the argument you're mastering how to do something poorly. I'm the master of doing things like crap. And again, you don't have to be a master at things. It's like I'm certainly not I'm not an international master. I'm not a national master. I'm not a grandmaster. I am just a chess player, and I have not mastered this game in the slightest, and I don't need to master it. We do have a rapid tournament at the top of the hour, though. If you want to show me what your mastery of this game is. All I'm saying though is calls to experience have to be taken in the context that, you know, the person who's with all that experience could have just a lifetime of bad experience. Guy's playing too fast. You're playing too fast, bud. Why did I give him that back, though? Like, why did I do that? Well, I've just made a game that was relatively easy now, relatively hard, for no reason at all. For absolutely no reason at all, I have now made this game more difficult than it needed to be.
Okay, I can argue for very long, but I don't want to, so you're right.
You can't argue with me because there's nothing to argue against, because I'm right. And when you're right, you're right. And I'm right. Okay, that could be a problem. Okay.
There's also talent. If you're really talented at something, you tend to do it different than most people.
It's true. You're not wrong. Oh, shit. I don't know why I gave that game away. I don't know. He sacked his queen, and then I gave him a free rook for no reason. Like, for zero reason did I do that. Okay. You know what? You know what? I'm tired of playing bad. Maybe... Oh, God. Okay, hold on. There's also talent. If you're really talented at something, you tend to do it differently than most people.
Narcissistic personality
I will tell you,
disorder?
though, I will tell you there is something called the talent code, which kind of convinced me. There was also the Compass of Pleasure, which sounds like a provocative book, but it was really just about how the brain works. And that has made the argument, and I can tend to agree, that talent is a myth.
Say he and me
No
stream.
such thing as talent. You have a narcissistic personality. Do I? No. No. If anything, it's the opposite with me. Narcissists believe that... Okay, hold on. First of all, let us return to the original story of Narcissus, because the word narcissist to me, I hate it in modern parlance because it doesn't mean what it used to mean. It doesn't mean, if you know Greek literature, the story of Narcissus and what it means to be a narcissist is not the same as what it means in the modern age.
Say hi in my stream.
Hi. The Narcissus in the book did not care about how he was viewed. That was the whole point. He could tune out the entire world, including Echo.
You always think you're right.
He could just look at himself and he was so in love with himself, right? He was so like enamored with his own beauty and his self-love that he didn't need affirmation outside of it at all. Modern day narcissists are known for their ego. It's like they need affirmation. They need the acknowledgement of other people. They crave attention. You know what I mean? Narcissist didn't...
No, just write a hi.
Hi. The narcissist didn't need affirmation from anyone at all for his own ego. Okay, but modern narcissists do. Like when we talk about someone who's a narcissist, we're just talking about someone who's really selfish and taking and not caring about your feelings, but at the same time, they want the love and affirmation and attention that being the best is, right? I mean, it's like they care about being the best, whereas narcissists could not have cared less about the best, about comparing himself to other people. Excuse me, if that makes any sense. But no, me personally, I would prefer to be wrong, to be honest with you, pricks. I prefer to be wrong. I did, and I care about other people's opinions. I care about other people's opinions too much. If anything, I'm an anti-narcissist. I am what is the opposite of a narcissist, would you say? What is the opposite of a narcissist, would you say?
That's interesting. I do know if I believe it, though. I'm really good at football now. Does that mean I've just put more time on getting good at it? I don't think so. Magnus Carlsen was naturally talented, so I don't see how talent can't exist.
Okay, a couple things. See, that's what I mean. You've touched on a few good points there. And, okay, there's a few things about
a normal person.
A normal person. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much a normal person. I'm a little bit more confident than some people, I'd say. At least online, when it comes to online interactions, like what we're doing right now. I tend to be fairly confident, and I'm willing to stand up for my opinion, but I don't actually care that much about my opinion. I don't.
A person with humility.
I'm actually very, very much more willing to adopt someone else's stance on things than most people would. Fishing for chess. Hello. How goes it with you? Okay, but a couple things. Okay, couple things about that. You hit on several different points there, No Face, and the book goes into all this. First of all, a lot of people think that people today are more illiterate or less educated or with the spoken world, and let's the COVID thing aside, where people just didn't go to school for a while. The way it was explained was it's ridiculous to give every child a ball, just give them a ball. Like a hacky sack or a baseball, and teach them to just toss around and build up a culture of them throwing a ball around, right? With completely chaos. But let's just assume that catches on and people just they're good at throwing balls around back and forth. Matter of fact, our arms and it's been hypothesized that the ability to throw and hit a target reliably might have been the main driver of human evolution.
Thoughts on Sicilian accelerated dragon?
I like it. I like it a lot. I love the accelerated dragon, Sicilian or not. But the idea is, if you get a whole bunch of people throwing a ball around, it's ridiculous for them to be worse ball handlers on average than a society that doesn't do that. Similarly, although with
I like your content a lot.
Oh, that's awesome. I appreciate that, Cookie. I try to do chess and I try to do yap and I try to do variety. I'm glad you think so. But we have people who walk around with this in their hands. They're typing and they're typing and typing. It's ridiculous to give these people these things they can type on and computers and Discord and Twitch and everything and expect them to be unable to communicate. Somehow they're worse communicators in years past because we don't stick to pen and paper and books. And so partly it's and the reason why I bring that up is we have being really good at football doesn't mean you're the best football you could have been with the right deliberative practice and coaching and addressing the Pygmalion effect and everything else. But what I'm saying is anybody that goes out there and just kicks a football around is going to be better at it. That doesn't mean that they're any more talented at it than anyone else. Now, people like Magnus Carlsen in chess, that's a little bit different in the sense that people do have different starting points, but where that starting point came from isn't always clear. In other words, there's been a lot of attempts to understand why a serial killer's brain, how their brain is wired different, or chess players, what makes a Magnus Carlsen, a Hikaru Nakamura, a Bobby Fischer, take your pick. What is different about their brains than our brains? What can you point to and says this person has talent? There's a talent. It's right there. I see it, right? But the bottom line is, Judith Polgar. Do you know about Judith Polgar and her experiment with her own children, No Face? I don't think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people know who Judith Polgar is. I don't think a lot of people understood what she did with her own children.
But what about natural talent? Like genetics, I'm tall and strong. My genetic baseline for, say, basketball is higher than most people simply because of my anatomy. Is that not natural talent?
Anatomy biology is biology, first of all. That's a little bit different. Yeah, if you want to say biology and genetics are talent, okay, sure. In other words, if I'm born with 3 fingers, I'm never going to be a great pianist. If I'm only born 4 foot tall, I'm never going to be the best basketball player in the world. That's not quite what we're talking about, though. So that kind of has to be sidelined a little bit as far as talent is concerned, because maybe that 4 foot tall person, had he been 7 foot tall, could have been the best basketball player all the time, right? We're not talking about barriers. Obviously, you need a certain level of being allowed on the field in the first place from a biological standpoint. You're never going to be the best swimmer in the world if your parents fattened you up and now you're 400 pounds by the time you're 16. You're just never going to be the best swimmer in the world ever at that point, right? You got too many endocrine problems, too much loose skin, too many problems at that point. So when we're talking about biology, that's a little bit different. But are you aware of what Judith Polgar did with her own 2 girls, her own 2 daughters? For example? Or was it 3? Did she have 2 or 3 daughters? How tall am I? I'm 5'10". 5'10". 5'9" on bad days, 5'10" on good days. You know, and I'm shrinking. I'm getting to that age where my spine is getting compressed. But Judah Polgar was like, you could pull up an amazing article about Judah Polgar and her own kids about how it's like Judah Polgar was
how tall are you?
5'10". 5'10", 5'9" on a bad day. But Judah Polgar was a scientist, as was her husband, and was the highest ranked female chess player of all time as far as the rankings are concerned. She was the only woman ever to crack the top 10 in her.
But isn't talent an innate mix of biology and skill/understanding?
Well, it depends.
I am aware of Judith Polgar's experiment.
Right. So Judah Polgar's experiment was pretty compelling about talent really not being a thing. There's no reason to believe that all of her children, which are a genetic mix of her and her husband, and her not having any particular outstanding genetics herself, had any particular talent or disposition to the game, yet she inculcated and produced 3 of the best female chess players in the world as her own children. But it depends what you mean by biology, is what I'm saying.
How much is that in cm? Because I am 190 centimeters. I don't know feet, though.
Sure, let me look it up. I'm honestly not sure. I'll look it up real quick. Let me look it up. We have, how many cm is 5'10"? About 155 centimeters. About 155 centimeters. You're tall, pricks. Ooh, no. I typed it in wrong. Hold on. It's doing 5'1". I don't want to know what 5'1" is.
Magnus, for example, not only simply understood chess easier, his own words, but he has an incredibly low heart rate in high-stress situations where other players spike.
Yeah, but what my point is, and we'll get into that, 178 centimeters. I'm 178 centimeters. No, that's not a knife. That's a knife. I would show you my knife, but I don't think Twitch would particularly appreciate that. But okay, 2 things real quick, No Face. It depends what you mean by biology. It's like, obviously, keeping in mind we can't even tell where height is coded. In other words, you can't look at someone's genes and tell how tall they're going to be. Obviously, if you say the tallest people are talented, and you conflate the two, then yeah, that's my point. That's why when we're talking about pure things like how many fingers you have on your hand or how tall you are, that's not what we're talking about, because then things get very complicated. We're talking about talent as something, okay, you meet the base requirements to be this thing. In other words, you have the build to be a basketball player. You have you have all 5 fingers to be a piano player or something like that, right? But then amongst people that meet that base requirement, what differentiates it? Like, who is more talented than who? Well, some people do conflate that, prick. Some people think people who are tall
Why
are
are we
talented.
talking about talent equals tall?
And a matter of fact, some people, if you know what the Pygmalion effect is, you are more likely to be considered talented and receive extra special attention from football coaches, baseball coaches, basketball coaches, all across the country just because you're tall, just because you're taller than your classmates first. This has been shown over and over and over again that if you're born in the first half of the year, you're more likely by a significant margin to be a pro athlete than someone born in the back half of the year, because you got a head start, you were taller, and your coach gave you more attention because you were the tallest kid on the team. So even though maybe Johnny would catch you in height and be every bit as good as a basketball player as you, but Bobby, who was already ahead of you by a few months, he's taller now, he gets more attention and more time on the court. And this is called the Pygmalion effect, and it actually happens. You are more likely to be a professional, like they've done surveys of the NHL,
Just because
the NBA,
someone is
and
tall
everything.
don't mean they are better.
Well,
David beat Goliath, remember.
Well, it depends.
Just like Jalen Brunson winning against Victor Wembanyama in the recent NBA Finals.
Right.
But biology does add to that talent. Using your pianist example, if you were born with 6 fingers, that makes you an exception to the rule.
Right, that's what I'm saying, though. When you're talking about rules, it doesn't do any good to talk about the exceptions, is my point. When you talk about talent, right, like, does talent exist? That's the question. Does talent exist? Well, in order to determine that, what you would do as a good scientist, right, is you would take a pool of people that all meet the base requirement. That's the point. It's like they're all tall enough to be a basketball player if we're talking about talent in basketball. Where they all have the same amount of, they all have enough fingers to play the piano if we're talking about talent as a musician, right? That's my point. It doesn't do any good to say, well, this person was born with 6 fingers and could play notes no other person could play, or this person had fingers that were 20 centimeters long and could reach keys no one had ever thought about. That doesn't do any good.
Globally, the average height for males is 5 feet 7.5 inches.
Well, yeah, but global averages don't do too much, right? It's not very interesting global. It's more interesting locally. Does that make sense? Unless you're the NBA, which hires locally, obviously then it makes difference. But for general discussion, it's not as useful. But we do have a tournament going on. It starts in 33 minutes if you would like to play. But the question is, if talent exists, like if some people are more predisposed and are better at it than others, then the only way to determine whether that's true or not is to look at a population of people who are roughly the same in all other aspects.
Talent by definition is someone who is the exception to the rule.
No. See, that's what I mean. It depends what you're talking about with talent. That's what I'm saying. If you want me to say people are different heights, then yes, people are different heights. If you want to say there are people who are born and they grow to different proportions, yes, people grow to different proportions. If you're going to say that people have bigger hands, not everyone is born and grows up to have the same hands, then yes, that's true. But is that useful to talk about? Obviously, some people are going to have bigger hands, bigger muscles, bigger joints, more fingers, fewer toes. I mean, but that's not what when we're talking about talent, the question that's interesting is if you have Johnny and Jim and they both have all their fingers, is one of them going to be just naturally better? Like, will one have a predisposition, more likely to either pick up or learn or become a master of the slide rule, the guitar, a marathon?
In my country,
runner,
average height is 5 feet 11 inches.
In my country, the average height, yeah. See, it all depends. That is very tall for an average country height. Woo! What country are you from, Pricks? Where that's the case? I'm gonna guess either somewhere in East Europe or maybe North Africa. They got to be pretty tall. Well, no, I don't know about North Africa. Maybe. Maybe Scandinavia? Is that what Scandinavian country? SpongeBob SquarePants theme song. Well, you are out of song requests though. Better looking people tend to have higher IQ on average. We select for beauty, height, and life because it signals genetic fitness. Genetic fitness, not quite. You're close though. You're close.
In European.
Yeah. Oh, you mean in Europe the average is 5'11"? I don't believe that. I don't think Europe's average height is 11, not Europe as a whole.
No. Know your biological factors mixed with your innate understanding of things equals talent. Messi is a lot smaller than most forwards, but that in fact helps him as the way he plays is impacted by it. I'm not saying anything about tall being good or something else. I'm just saying that yes, biology does matter in regarding talent.
It only does as a way to obfuscate the interesting question about all that. See, just like what I will tell you is Veritasium did a whole video on this, for example, about luck. What you said a lot of things in there and you left out one of the most important factors. How lucky was he and all that? How lucky was Messi to become the person
No,
he was?
in European, but my country's average is 5 feet 11 inches.
There are lots of sports players in Europe.
I was about to say the average couldn't be. It's like how lucky was Messi? In other words, in almost every single universe, Messi tried to be a soccer player and he failed. It was just in this one due to he met the right people, he got the right coach who happened to give him the right advice, that in just the right situation. But in every other universe, he was a terrible football player despite having the exact same genetics and biology. You know, one of the things that Hikaru has talked about before, it's like, you know, if Magnus Carlsen had not been born, we may be talking about Hikaru Nakamura as being someone who was the best player. Like he might be the world champion, right? If Magnus Carlsen just hadn't been there. Did he get growth hormones? I don't even know. Could have. Could have. I don't know what went into his life, but my point is there's something called survivorship bias as well, where it's like because Messi.
But luck is involved in everything. Once you go down this path, all discussion falls apart.
No.
Because on if S
No.
and but and luck and all that.
No. See, that's what I mean. You can scientifically look at this thing. Veritasium did an entire video about that where there are actual experiments that have done which showed, for example, that if you do a selection without considering luck at all and you get these results, adding, like, we can simulate this. We can run experiments on this. Luck is a major factor in everyone who has ever been successful in life in the formation of how they got to where they are.
Did you know if Messi would have been 2 centimeters taller, he would have died on a pitch accident when he fell on his neck in a game?
You never know. Let me, just if you're actually ever curious. Oh, of course. Where's the video?
With Kalshi, you can make predictions on
This is
anything,
the video.
right from the
If
palm
you're
of your
interested,
hands.
if you're just interested, this is just one video. There's a lot of research on this. There is a lot of research on this. There's a talent code too about this. If you're interested, if you're not interested, 100% understood. But it goes into because we can run these things in a lab. We can simulate these things. We can run experiments on these things. There's all kinds of things that can be done. For example, like whether you get a job or not. There was an amazing experiment done where they gave women scars with makeup. They didn't actually have scars, and they sent them into interviews, and like in dummies, like where, oh, that's Veritasium. That one's Veritasium. And they saw, like, is it skill? Is it luck? Is it bias? You know, who gets the job? Why do they get job? What are the influence of this and that? There's all kinds of fascinating experiments that have been done to look at the influence luck plays on human decision-making, understanding. We have the Pygmalion effect, which is such a powerful factor in all these things too. But there's this general perception that the successful in life, whether it's Donald Trump being a TV star or becoming president, Messi becoming a world champion, Magnus Carlsen being the greatest chess player of time, that all these people got there because of their talent and hard work. And to a certain extent, that's true because, and I want to be clear about this, and Veritasium goes into this, the most successful people in the world believe that through their own hard work, skill, and luck and talent, they can succeed. In other words, it's like, oh, that's all that matters is working hard and being dedicated and pushing the things, and that's what will make all the difference. People who believe that on average are a lot more successful than those who aren't. But that's just not what the data shows. Like we've looked at large scale data of everything from NASA astronauts to chess players to everything else, and there's a
BTW me.
And there's a huge survivorship bias where it's like you don't see all the people, you don't see the person you beat on an interview just because someone cut them off in traffic that day. And if had it not been for that, you would have never even been in a position to succeed in the first place.
Correlation doesn't equal causation. First rule of statistics.
That's not the first rule of statistics, but that is a good rule of statistics. But correlation can mean causation in some cases. That's why we explore. Dylan Bennett would just be a successful investor if he wasn't doing this. We don't know what he would have been. That's what I'm saying. You never know. Had this happened, had that happened, had this performance here, changed this, had this not been here. You know, there's all these myriad of things. The butterfly effect is very powerful in and of itself, but the concept of hard work and talent are very, very important, very motivating. Same thing as like faith. In other words, like it's been shown over and over again that people who pray to God are very, very, very much more strongly to have good outcomes in the event of a surgery, right? But does that mean there's actually...
But I will go now. I hope you have a great day in stream.
But does that mean anything to the individual? In other words, like... Oh, no, I got a better example.
I mean, you can say that about a million things. Where you're born, how wealthy, your race.
Yes.
Your attractiveness a million, and two things could be asked a big if. At the end of the day, none of it matters. The real world is not fair. There's no baseline. There never will be. Trying to live in fantasy on ifs and buts doesn't make sense, especially when assessing
But that's
talent.
what I mean. It's like you make the assumption that you can't know something because it's complicated and messy and there's a lot of variables to it. And that's just not the case. We can account for all these things. That's the whole point of science. It's like you can take something very messy and you can look at things and you can do all kinds of things. That's why we do science in the first place, because you can say, well, I want to know if race matters in this case, or what else did you say? Wealth, or where you're born. Does it matter? We can actually do these things through multivariate analysis and by running experiments. We can see these things. So, yes, being wealthy does there is not just a correlative effect, there is a causal link between being wealthy and being successful, for example. You're more likely, like if you're wealthy, if you come from a wealthy family, you're more likely to have access to good nutrition, better education, and be smarter on average.
Lime is a follifizer.
We're just talking. So we can't account for these things. And all I'm saying is when it comes to, this all started out about talent. This all just started by talent. And what I'm saying is, Judah Polgar...
I mean, I didn't say you couldn't know, just that it wasn't helpful to the discussion.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. That's why when we have these discussions, it's important to distill down. That's what I was trying to do in the first place by saying, let's not talk so much about individual biology, because yes, the biology is a major factor in a lot of ways. But the question is, if you took two random kids, right? You took Jamie, I'll take Bobby, right? We just pick them out of a classroom. You take yours from North Carolina, I'll take mine from Texas. We'll just go pick a child out. Will one be better? Like, and then we beat them into like playing the violin.
BTW Lime, so RN if I automatically get best under 1,000 if no one under 1,000 joined?
Yes, you will. You 100% will, Omar. So the question is, will the student that you're teaching to play the violin be better than mine? Like, in other words, is there a ceiling that one person is going to be able to reach that the other cannot? Is there a floor? Because is there
and how many points is that?
That says this person is going to pick up the violin easier, learn it faster, and be better at it than this person over here? Is that a thing? That's the question at the end of the day when we talk about talent. About anything. Like, you take this person, I take that person, that we've accounted for as many factors as we can. It's better if we do it on a population, so we don't do it with just 2 people. We do it with like 200 people, right? So we take 200 students, all roughly the same biology background, socioeconomic status. We all teach them the same thing that none of them have any prior predilection towards. Will some of them do some of them have a ceiling that's much higher than the others? Oh yeah, the reproducibility crisis, that's a big one.
Join people chpin.
That is also a big one. I'm going to get back to playing a little bit of chess. We've been talking about philosophy quite a bit, and I could talk about this all day. Oh, Querity, I had a medical thing that happened, and I need to lay off doing things too physically stressful just for a little bit.
How many points do I get if I'm best under 1,000?
So you get giveaways. Into entries into the giveaway, Omar. You will get tickets into the giveaway. Yeah, the reproducibility crisis is a fascinating one. Veritasium also did a video about that, which talks about...
Yes, Jack is not under 1,000.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Why is
how many tickets?
2. If you're the top player, like if you win the tournament, you would get 4. You would actually get 6 in your case, because you're both... So the person who wins the tournament, the person who is the top finisher under 1,800, and the top finisher under 1,000, they all get 2 tickets into the giveaway. Yeah, but the reproducibility crisis mostly comes down to the fact that the general public loves learning about pop science. That's essentially what it boils down to. So money and time goes into research that is
if you win the second gets it.
The person who wins the tournament gets 2. The top finisher under 1,800 gets 2. The top person under 1,000 gets 2. This can be the same person. Does that make sense? So if you are both under 1,800 and you win the tournament, you would get 4. Does that make sense?
Right, but that also doesn't equal talent, Bikaus. You'd only be studying on that race/wealth class. Also, since I won that one tournament, can I get tickets, please?
This is
but
this
what
is a
if you
new
win?
thing. This just started this month. This is just this. Again, you can be more than one thing. Like you could be the top 1800 the top finisher under 1800, and you could win the tournament. And that would be two different things. You would get 4, for example. But that's one thing you've accounted for. See, that's what I'm saying, No Face. That's why science is iterative. That's why the reproducibility project exists. Because then after you run the experiment once, you see what your results are. And then you try to account for other things. You try then to account for race, ethnicity, wealth, nutrition, geography, gender, all these other things. That's the whole point. You run things one at a time until you've got as clear a picture as you can about it. And the problem is with science lately is people don't want to put in that extra time to actually figure that out. Very oftentimes these days it's like, well, we ran the experiment. These are the numbers. No point in running the experiment again, or someone double checking or accounting for other factors. Because it's like, oh, well, we ran the experiment. Yeah, but we didn't account for race. Yeah, but, we didn't account for wealth. Yeah, we didn't account for gender, right? And it's like, yeah, so we're not even going to bother even trying to run the experiment again, which is a shame. That's why the reproducibility project was started in the first place, because there needs to be some way for science to get back into the business of producing non-salacious, non-novel results. Do you know what I mean by non-novel? It's like if it's not new or interesting, the public at large doesn't care about it, and so
what if you
tend to forget about. Huh? I don't account myself. No. Like if you're asking about like what if I win one of these things, then no. No. That's not.
Why do I have auto caps? LOL.
I don't know. Why do you have caps lock on?
I mean, what if you win?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't. I don't win any giveaway tickets. There's no way for me to save that, is there? Does he have a play here I'm not seeing? He might. He does not. Okay.
Oh, he did not see that fork.
No, he did not, thankfully. Gotta unlink those.
So if you win one of the thing, the second get it.
Right. Correct.
What I'm trying to express, I guess, is that talent for me is not something I think of scientifically, not because you can't, but because you lose the human aspect of the discus ion of it when you do.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
I watched the video and it said that hard work is important, but 94% is luck. The greatest athletes achieved it by luck. If there was no luck, then the choices would only be by skill.
What's the Form 8RN?
That's a bit of a oversimplification, but that's not too far off, I guess. The format for again, this is the tournament. It is 4 rounds. 4 rounds, 10-minute games. You get paired each round based on performance. So, like, how many points you have. In the beginning, no one has any points. And then you get paired on rating. So, 1 and 2, like right now. Like, if you're looking at my screen. Can you see my screen? So, right now, if we're the only 4 people who join, Leslie will get paired against Jack. I will get paired against Omar. See, 1, 2 plays against 3, 4. That's how it works. And this is a rapid tournament. There are prizes to this rapid tournament in the form of giveaway tokens if you want them. 4 rounds, 10-minute games. 10-minute games. Yeah. I mean, you could, yeah. I mean, that's like if you're taking things on a metaphysical level.
I played a
then
National Master
absolutely.
rated 2,426 and got completely destroyed. It was so fun.
It is fun. I think it's fun. Like when I played Nikita and Bullet earlier, it's like I actually have a really good time. I really enjoy playing Nikita. I know I'm going to lose, right? But it's still fun. When I play Once Spoken or Bullet Chess Girl, or if I played Hikaru Nakamura in the past, for example, I know I'm going to lose, and that's okay. It's still fun. It's still a lot of fun, in fact. I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah. The tournament, by the way, will last at most 80 minutes. 80 minutes. It'll probably last shorter than that, though, because I don't expect all games to go to their maximum limit. So it'll go from anywhere from 60 minutes to an hour. I'm sorry, an hour to 80 minutes. And it's likely to be about 80 minutes long. It's likely to. Oh, dang. Okay, thankfully he missed it. Thankfully he missed it.
NF6 is bad for black, right?
Knight F6? I'm not sure. Wait a minute, that can't be good. That can't be good. Now he is the one with the worst pawn structure. I went from a really bad position. I pretty much blew this game, by the way. And now we're kind of sitting okay. I don't believe it. You got to show me. You got to show me that this is good. Think he messed up. I think he had to immediately throw in this check, and he did not. Okay, now it's definitely lost. Now he's definitely lost. Whoo! Really?
Oh, his ass is well done.
Really? 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 Ooh, that was a good one. Okay, the tournament starts in 11 minutes. This is not one you want to join late for, by the way. This is not one of the tournaments you want to draw. In an arena, it doesn't matter. You can join late. It's not a problem. But you will miss an entire round of play. There's only 4 rounds. There's only 4 rounds of play in this tournament.
I've got to go, but I'll be back. To give my final thoughts, talent is a lot like art. Yes, you could technically create an algorithm to see what makes good art, but by doing so you strip what makes talent, something people have. It's like trying to talk scientifically. When discussing philosophy, you're missing the forest for the trees.
Well, if we're talking about, it's interesting you used art in particular, right? Because a basketball game has points. A chess game has winners and losers, and these things are easily measured. It is not subjective at all, and it is.
Wish I could play for I don't have
time. And it is worth billions and billions and billions of dollars to certain people to know. If we could find the people ahead of time and know who are more like, and they do. Talent scouts and coaches across the country, across the world, have a very vested interest and want to know, and it can, and to a certain extent they do know, on who is, quote unquote, the best and why. Because you want to look where the talent is. The Atomic Habits talked about that a lot too, about how there was a British cycling team and how terrible they were and how they become one, how they became one. Oh, and football. There was actually football one. They actually covered that too, about how for the longest period of time was it the
No, but talent is subjective. There's a reason why who the GOAT is a subjective discus ion.
What's with the hat, man?
It is and it
Looks
isn't.
cool, man.
It's just a hat. I like wearing hats on stream. That's the only reason why. The tournament starts in 9 minutes if anybody wants to join. But the discussion of who is the GOAT, like if you're talking about 3 people, because generally speaking, it's not subjective. Which 3 belong in the top 3? You can argue about who needs to be in that number 1 spot, but I've yet to hear someone who's made any compelling evidence who's not in the top 3. But the question is again, like, can you predict? Is it possible to create from scratch, maybe, an amazing chess player? And what makes the best of the best of the best is sometimes very still not understood, and we're currently running the data on it. Like, to a certain extent, we don't know because there's so few. I read an interesting anthropology article earlier in my life, like about 15 years ago, about serial killers. Like, because serial killers, they've been interviewed. They think the question was, is there some defect? Do they have something that's going on, some miswiring somewhere in their brain that makes them think the way they do? And the bottom line is there might be, but the also bottom line is there's just not enough serial killer brains to really do a comparative analysis on, because there's just not enough serial killers. And so very often when you're talking about the GOATs of anything at all, like the top of the top of the top, although sometimes that's pretty clear as well. Like, I don't think anyone would argue Faker isn't like the best League of Legends player of all time. And that's not subjective in any way, shape, or form, unless you're trolling. But sometimes there's just not enough data. There's just not. And if you're talking about especially small niche things. For sure. But there's all kinds of...
His GOAT isn't subjective either.
Well, see, there you go. But in any event, the whole point, again, getting back to the original question is talent a real thing? Like, and in order to say it is a real thing, then if it is, it should be, like, it's not like proving a negative, where it's like, you got to show me talent doesn't exist, right? Which is a little bit more complicated, because obviously everyone feels it does exist. There's always that kid everyone knows that just seemed to be really good at drawing, really good at playing music, really good
Again, I think you're missing the forest for the trees on what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
To use football as an example, Suarez had probably the largest amount of talent. That doesn't make him the best player. Talent does not equal success. But I never said that.
Well, right, but how do you know talent exists at all, though, is the question. How do you know that talent exists at all? Because the argument is that it doesn't. There's no such thing as talent. It does not exist. You would have gave me you would have given like Suarez in someone else's hand. You wouldn't even know who he was. He had no natural predisposition to it whatsoever. And someone else who was never even looked at could have been much better if given the same level of attention as Suarez was. That's the argument. That is the argument. You don't have to believe that argument, obviously. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just saying that the argument is that there is no such thing as talent. Generally speaking, the argument is, again, you don't have to believe the argument. The general argument is the people who we define as talented are the people who we say are successful. In other words, that person's a great artist, they must be talented. That person is a great piano player, they must be talented. That person is an amazing football player, they must be talented. And again, one of the most fascinating things about the whole thing is whether you believe talent exists or not, your best strategy as an individual is to believe that it does exist. You will have the best outcomes on average. On average, you'll have the best outcomes if you believe that everything you do is driven by talent and your own hard work and dedication and that
Again, you're doing ifs and buts. I'm talking about the real world. We know he had talent because he was able to carry bad teams to undeserved wins on his own. An untalented player would not be able to do that.
Why not? How do you know? Being good doesn't mean talent. That's what I'm saying. Just because you're good doesn't mean talent. That just means you're successful. You're now conflating talent with success. In other words, the question is, okay, let me boil it down a little bit much. If Michael Jordan had never played basketball, was he still a talented basketball player? Did he have a talent for the game of basketball? If he had never touched basketball, if no one ever knew what he was, but he was still the same person. He's still Michael Jordan. He still has the same genetics, the same family, the same everything. Would you still say he has talent? Is Michael Jordan a talent basketball player? Or do we just say that because he was the greatest basketball player, or one of, you can make an argument, or one of the greatest basketball players of all time? Which is it? Is he a talented basketball player? Or is he just a successful basketball player that we call talented? Here? Here? Andy ran out of time. Awesome. The game. I'm not going to play another one because the tournament starts in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. If you are interested in playing, we are giving away extra giveaway. We are giving away extra entries into the giveaway based on how you finish in this tournament, mind you.
Tournament link, please.
Sure, absolutely. Sorry. You do have to be a member of the club. If you're not. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Not that. This right here.
Yes, I am guaranteed 2 tickets. Let's go.
You are. You are definitely guaranteed 2, but you could get up to 4 more depending on how you perform, Omar. Depending on how you do, you could get up to 4 more. We're giving away 6 total entries into this, into the giveaway based on your performance in this tournament.
I will try.
PH, I can't play in it.
Why not? I set it so low. You don't need to have even played any rapid games. You don't have, okay, I was about to say, you have the ability to join the tournament though, right? You do have the ability to join the tournament.
You're doing ifs and buts, but I'm not doing that. Success doesn't prove talent, but talent is a real phenomenon. If 2 people train equally hard, they won't necessarily become equally good because people are born with different physical and cognitive abilities. This is why I brought up biology.
I get all that.
It's very close, TBH.
You didn't, to be fair, I'm trying to find common ground with you. I swear, this is not a gotcha question. If Michael Jordan had never touched a basketball, would you still say he was a talented basketball player? Would you still say he had a predisposition? Would you still say he had a talent for the game had he never touched a basketball? I'm back. What are we talking about? We're talking about joining this tournament. It is starting in 45 seconds. You don't want to be late to this one. You don't want to be late to this tournament because it is a round. It's only 4 rounds. You will play 4 games, 10-minute, no increment, rapid games, Swiss-style pairings. We're giving away 6 giveaway tickets too. You can get up to 6 extra tickets into the giveaway, depending up to. Anyone can gain at least 2, depending on what they do. The winner of the tournament. The winner of the tournament, the top player under 1,800 and the top player under 1,000 all get 2 tickets.
While Michael Jordan had basketball skills, his hard work ethic paid off. Michael Jordan got kicked out of varsity or JV because he was small. With his airness mentality, he turned 6'6".
I'm gonna play lime first.
Looks like it.
And he became one of the best basketball players of all time.
It didn't get canceled. I didn't cancel it. I didn't cancel it. What happened? I'm sorry.
It got canceled, Lime.
Hold on, let me reform it. Maybe I
That's like asking if someone born with a naturally beautiful singing voice has no singing talent because they never sang. The talent exists regardless. We just wouldn't know about it. Opportunity reveals talent, it doesn't create it.
Still didn't quite answer the question, though. If he had never touched a basketball, was he a talented basketball player? Would you say that Michael Jordan, had he never touched a basketball, would still be talented at basketball?
You can do it on Excel if you want.
On Excel? No. Hold on. Let me just reform this. I don't know why it got canceled. It might have been because of participation chip. I didn't cancel it. I mean, I'm sitting here right here. I mean, obviously you can see what I'm doing. Sorry. I don't know why it got canceled. Club events. Oh, sorry. Club, new club tournament match.
Not enough players.
I didn't know it needed a minimum. Club Swiss tournament. Hour, minimum games, players.
Sport players with talent can still help, but won't help in the long term. Just look at Ben Simmons, for example. He was a 7-foot point guard and all it took was one criticism to end his career.
But would you say he was a talented basketball player, this Ben Simmons? Would you say he had talent for the game?
Yes, I would say he still had talent for basketball, even if he never touched a basketball. Talent refers to natural potential, not whether someone has had the opportunity to prove it. If someone is born with the physical traits, coordination, and instincts that would allow them to excel at basketball, those traits exist whether or not they ever pick up a ball.
Okay, well, in that case, okay, no.
So
now we have some common ground.
Helps, but laziness won't help long term.
Now I know where you stand with that, No Face. But then the natural question becomes: is Michael Jordan got cut as a basketball player for something that was said earlier?
He had God-given talent, but not passionate for the game.
No, I think he was
the philosopher.
passionate, but he got cut. Michael Jordan got kicked off of a varsity or junior varsity team when he was younger. Had he actually touched a basketball then, and had quit basketball as a result of him getting kicked off the team and told him he was trash, would you still say he had talent for the game? Would he? I mean, he certainly wouldn't think so at that point.
I was referring to Ben Simmons, by the way.
Ben Simmons. Ah, gotcha. See, because that's what I mean. It's like, it's easy to say that Michael Jordan had talent because you know where he came from, but had he actually, and you'd say he was still a talented basketball had he never even picked up the ball. But there's a lot of people who pick up the basketball and they don't go anywhere. Are you saying that none of them had talent? Did none of these people have talent for the game of basketball? You know, because they didn't make it, they tried. Because there's millions of kids every year who dream about becoming NBA players and they don't make it. Or were they all just bad at basketball? Were they all just didn't have talent? Yeah, apparently you need a certain number of people to play in this thing, and I do apologize about that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and look. We had, let's see, I know Omar was in.
Lima was in a winning position, but I fumbled and he had made in one but wanted to laugh at me before checkmating by offering a draw, but I clicked yes before he could and now he's calling me a cheater.
Who else was in there? Who actually joined the tournament besides Omar and Leslie?
A
Leslie
diamond in the ground is still a diamond before anyone finds it or polishes it. The polishing reveals its value. It doesn't create the diamond.
So is it the polishing that's the talent then, or is it the diamond itself?
Michael Jordan had talent, but he worked hard to maximize his talent. Adding on to the fact that his humbleness somewhat helped him. Choosing Nike over Adidas was made because of his mom.
And Jack Chris.
Are you saying all the NBA players I know who are considered
the greatest
in the game?
I would still say he had talent for basketball, even if he quit after being cut. Being cut from junior varsity wouldn't prove he lacked talent. It would only prove that, at that specific moment, he wasn't good enough compared to the players selected. Talent is potential and natural ability, not guaranteed success. Someone can have talent but fail to develop it, have bad coaching, be judged too early, or give up before reaching their potential.
So you believe talent is potential and natural ability? Is that what you believe? That talent is potential and natural ability? Because we can measure those things. We can measure those things, and we have. Let's see. Sorry.
I agree with No Face.
Which part? Lime, it was you, me, Jack, and Leslie. Jack. So it was QWERTY. QWERTY joined. Okay. All right. What I'm gonna do, because I can't think of any fair way to do it, is the very first
When
thing
is
I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give all of you 2 extra tickets into the giveaway. I can't think of any other fair way to do that. Considering one did not happen. So, let's see.
When is the tournament starting?
I'm
For
sorry,
me, my
Leslie. The
streams, I
tournament
do
got.
excel.
I didn't know it. It didn't say it anywhere, but the tournament apparently auto cancels if you don't get enough people in it. Pepino, and those. If anybody would like to play a game, though, Leslie,
Just do it on
Omar,
Excel.
and QWERTY. That seems like a lot of work. That seems a lot of work.
Is
Discord
the tourney
raid.
chess tourney?
It was a chess tournament. We didn't have enough people that joined it, so it got auto-canceled. I didn't think that was going to be the case. I thought we would still be able to play it. So I'm going to go over here, and Omar, I'm going to up yours to 8. So now on that account, you now have 8 tickets. We have, who else who joined? Leslie?
We'll send a challenge in 10 minutes.
Leslie, you get 2 extra, and
Whoa, raid.
QWERTY.
Discord raid.
Yeah, it is ill. Just play Jack. Chris Blitz wanna spectate?
QWERTY. Discord raid. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What Discord raid? I don't see any Discord raid. Pepino and the noise. How goes it?
Discord raid.
What Discord raid? What are you guys talking about? What are you talking
Creepergama raid.
Is there a raid that
Wanna
happened in my?
commentate
I
mine,
didn't, and I
please?
missed it. Did a raid happen? I'm sorry. I do apologize. What do you mean? What do you mean? Creeper Gamer 98.8 raid. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. I honestly didn't see it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Limelatch. I don't know why my bot didn't catch that. I swear my bot has not been doing what it should be doing as of late. That's
I am better player than Creepergama 988.
That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Creeper Gamer 988 raid. I don't know why I don't see it though. I don't know why I didn't see the raid or why it didn't pop up. Let me Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. We were supposed to be playing a viewer arena at the moment. We didn't. It got auto
Line
canceled.
commentate the game, please.
No, thank you. No,
Creepergama 988 1v1 me, please.
Your argument seems
hey,
to
you're funny.
redefine talent as achievement.
No.
But if talent just means someone who has already proven themselves, then the word becomes unnecessary. We could just say skill or success. The reason people distinguish talent from achievement is because they are talking about the underlying ability that helps produce the achievement. We can measure certain traits that may contribute to talent, like reaction time, coordination, strength, height, or processing speed.
None of those things make you
But not
successful,
all.
though. None of those things will show that you're being successful at all, though. That's what I'm saying. The whole point is the word talent, why we use it, where it comes from in the first place is my point, No Face. The fact of the matter is you have people who are like in middle school who are called talented. They are taught, we measure their reaction speed. We say they have good strength, height, processing speed, and we give them attention and we give them time.
Also,
They become
there is
successful.
a reason Shaq is tough
And we
love
say
towards young
that person
players.
became successful
While
because of
players
their
have
talent.
the talent, they need strong mentality to survive in the NBA.
They do. They do. But then there are other people who are shorter at that same time in school. But if given the time and attention and the resources, and we have shown this is to be true, they can be every bit as good. And we would call them talented too. We would. If we just took that person, and we do this all the time. This experiment has been run. Rather than giving the kid who grew up taller and faster and stronger early, we give it to the kid who is who hasn't hit his growth spurt yet, but who is eager to play. And we give him time and attention.
You're arguing against talent being the only cause of success.
No.
But nobody is saying that.
No.
Talent is not a guarantee. It's an advantage. Having a fast
not an
car
advantage.
doesn't guarantee you in a race, but it gives you an advantage over someone driving a slower one.
The simple argument I'm making, No Face, is given any two people on the planet and looking at them, you cannot tell, and there is absolutely no difference. You can say, you can measure their height and say this one is taller than the other. But what my argument is that if you look at populations, if you look at whole populations of people, hundreds, thousands, millions of people, there is no such thing as talent. Any resource you put into anyone, given enough resource, given enough encourage, and given enough motivation of the people around them to encourage them to pursue any particular pursuit, you will see equal results. That is the argument that is being made. Now, what makes the best, like the most outlier of outlier person? To be honest, that's still a different question. That is it's an important question. I'm not trying to sidestep it, but it is a slightly different question. But my argument is, No Face, that had I taken you, No Face, out of the crib as a babe and as your parent, given you a chessboard and a book and encouraged you and told you you were the greatest, you are the most talented chess player, you are my child and you will study the game of chess and one day you will be world champion, you would be a very talented chess player. You would be very, very, very good at the game of chess. Like way more than you might think is even possible, because there's nothing about you that would have prevented you from becoming a grandmaster had you not been in the circumstance, had the family, the luck, the environment to where people could have noticed that and inculcated that.
Looking at populations actually shows differences in ability. You can remove barriers and improve opportunities, but you don't eliminate individual variation. If everyone had identical resources, you would still expect a range of outcomes because people are not identical.
Yeah, but we're not talking about like what profession people take. The question is, could you, No Face, have been a grandmaster had attention been put into you? Because there's this presumption, we call it talent. Like all the grandmasters of the world who are grandmasters of the game of chess, they're talented. They just had a mind for it. They were just built for it. Their brains were programmed for it. And it's like, no, if you would have given me No Face, I could have turned you into a grandmaster. I could have, given enough resources. That's what I'm saying. Given enough resources, I could have turned you into a grandmaster. That is 100% the case. Like it would still require some luck. And that's what I'm saying. You can't discount the concept of luck as well. But all I'm saying is I could have turned you into a violinist. I could have turned you into an actuary. I could have turned you into an artist. You could have been a painter. You could have been. With enough, there's nothing that would have made, there was nothing that would have impeded a clone of you or for someone in a similar circumstances from doing the same. That's the argument. Let's see. There's all kinds of things that can change the course of where things start, right? Like just because you want to turn your kid into a doctor doesn't mean they're going for all kinds of reasons doesn't mean they're going to turn into a doctor, obviously. But I'm just saying there's nothing innate.
If resources were the only factor, then everyone with access to the same coaches, databases, training hours, and opportunities would eventually reach the same level.
They would.
But even among people who train seriously under similar conditions, some improve much faster and reach much higher ratings than others. That difference is what we describe as aptitude or talent.
No one has, that's what I'm saying. No one has access to the same coaches, databases, training hours, and opportunities. That's what I'm saying. No one has access to that. That's where the variation comes from. Coaches have bias. It's called the Pygmalion effect. Coaches have major biases. Coaches are more likely to give time, attention, resources, database, and training to people that show for reasons outside of them. In other words, it has nothing to do with anything that was about them other than the fact, hey, I saw this kid walking down the hallway in my high school. I'm the football coach, and there's this kid who's 300 pounds walking down. I want to go talk to him about being a linebacker.
You shoot your 1250.
That's what it's all about. It has nothing to do, like no one has access to the same coaches, database, training, hours, and opportunities. But what we do know is that when we try to give people the exact same coaching, database, training, hours, and opportunities, you get similar results. That's what I'm saying. You give the same coaching, database, training, hours, and opportunities to two different people, you do get the same results. And then luck takes over. And then there's always the factor of luck. I do apologize for talking about this so much, though, but I find it fascinating. But it's who we call talented and why we call them talented and why we like people who are considered
You're
talented.
saying we can't prove talent because we can't remove every environmental variable. But by that standard, we couldn't study almost any human trait because we can never create a perfectly controlled world. Science often works by looking at patterns, controlling for what we can, and measuring differences.
No, I'm saying you could prove talent, and people have tried to prove talent. People have done all those things, and it hasn't shown up. That's what I'm saying. If talent was a thing, we would be able to see it in all manner of different studies we could run, but generally we don't see it. Generally, like, again, not every study is exactly the same. People find different results, and people will make the argument this way or that way, usually from their own bias, but no, we could 100% account for a lot of those factors. And we've run the experiments. We've said, this person, given what we know, like, in other words, minimally, you'd expect if if you've accounted for most of the environmental variables, like wealth inequality, gender, all the major ones, then you'd expect to see variation in outcomes, and you don't see variation in outcomes. You give similar resources, you get similar outcomes. I mean, the truth of it is, and it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that this is the case. The truth of the matter is, there are millions of people there's millions of people that could have been Michael Jordan, given the same level.
But that assumes talent has to be a single measurable trait, like height or IQ, in order to exist. It doesn't. Most traits in humans are not isolated variables. They are the result of many interacting factors. The fact that we can't separate genetics, development, environment, motivation, and practice perfectly doesn't mean individual differences don't exist.
I didn't make that argument. And furthermore, IQ is not even a single measurable trait. IQ is wildly multivariant and multidimensional. It's why IQ tests are so unreliable. That's not the right word. It's why they're so context driven in the first place. One sec. And what I'm saying is, and I do want to be clear about this, No Face. If talent exists, then
is the Spotify bot working?
No, sorry. I can manually add it. Thank you for asking. Let me look. What do you want? No bad grades. If talent was an actual thing, then they're very simple experiments we can run where we would expect it to, where we would expect to see a talent, like express itself, but we just generally don't. That's what I'm saying. There's it's very easy to thought experiment all manner of possible social experiments to determine what factor talent plays in the formation of someone's journey through life. Like, how much did talent get you that job, get you that trophy, get you that test result, get you whatever. One of the interesting ones, like if you want like hard, like actual experiments that have been run, they actually covered this, like they did it, they interviewed a whole bunch of grandmasters, and it was brought up in, I think,
what
was
would
it the
this
BBC?
simple experiment actually look like? You would need two people with identical genetics, identical experiences, identical motivation, identical training, and identical opportunities.
No, you
then
don't
see
need
if
that.
they differ. But that experiment is impossible in humans. So demanding it as the standard of proof sets a standard that cannot be met.
Keep coming from there. I have never made that claim that you need all this identical stuff. That's just an anti-science talk. Like, we can't do science because we can't control for all factors. I've never made that claim. You can you can take into account all those factors. And then when you run the experiment, you can rerun the experiment with taking into account even more factors. You can 100% run experiments. I'm not talking about, and to be clear, I was about to bring one up. Here's an experiment that was actually run using chess, for example. It's like, the question is, like, people have made the claim that chess players, right? These grandmasters, the Hikaru Nakamura's, the Magnus Carlsens, the super GMs of the world, they have a talent for the game. They just visualize the game different than us. That's been an argument, right? That's an argument that was looking at. It's not the only argument that's made, but they ran a simple test. And all it was analyzing, looking at positions on a chessboard. It was one of the most simplest things. I can find the original video of this because Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura were both interviewed for this particular program where they were talking about this. And what they did was they gave people a board with a position on it, and then a blank board over here, and they were told, look at this position, and you can come back and look at it as many times as you want, and then you need to recreate the position on this board over here. Very simple concept, right? And what they found was, and they got grandmasters, IMs, players of my abilities, and outright beginners and people who didn't even play chess to do this experiment. And what they found was that the grandmasters, in fewer looks to double check, were able to recreate the board, and and it took a lot of rechecks and a lot of time for people who had never played the game before to set up the board. That's not too surprising. And so based on your chess ability, ranked how well you did this experiment, right? So then what they did was they ran and this was part of the experiment. They ran it again, where it's like they gave you a board that you had to recreate, but this time they put the pieces, they put in a king, like where the two kings were touching, and the queens were on the wrong side of the boards, and the pawns were on the 1st and the 8th rank. Positions that would never naturally come up in a real chess game, right? They ran this, and what they found was that the grandmasters performed at the exact same level as the people who had never played a game of chess before. The grandmasters had no extra ability, they had no extra talent, they had no extra aptitude for recreating the board than the non-grandmasters. Like, they were no better at it than anyone else. Which was an indicator that grandmasters were not doing anything special, like in the way they perceive or look at the game. They were merely, in other words, they were, when it came out of positions.
I'm finally here. I got caught up in a lot of shit.
Welcome, Dongon. What they found was that grandmasters and people who are really good at the game of chess have just seen these patterns over and over and over again arising from natural games. They're like, the time, energy, and effort of them studying the game, looking at the game, made them very, very, very good at analyzing positions that would arise naturally from games that you wouldn't even think of. So if we're looking at this position here on my current board, grandmasters could easily recreate this. But if it was like two kings touching and pawns on the 1st and the 8th, and the board was just all around over the place, they sucked at it. They were no better than a beginner. They had no added ability to solve that puzzle than anyone else. And that's just one. And that's just a simple social experiment. That's not a hard science experiment. That's not a lab-controlled population experiment. That's just one small, little bitty, tiny example. And it wasn't an expected result either. It was expected that chess players would be better at that. Like, grandmasters would do better at that than people who had never played the game before.
If the experiment showed that a grandmaster performs like a beginner with random positions, that doesn't mean the grandmaster has no talent. It would be like saying a professional musician isn't talented because they can't identify random noises better than everyone else. It only means their ability applies to meaningful structures in their field.
Okay, to be clear about this, it might mean they had no talent. It might mean that talent doesn't exist. You're offering an alternative explanation, but if talent does not exist, then the experiment supports that result. Does that make sense? Like, in other words, the contrary would be true. If the grandmasters had performed better, then it would mean talent. That would be an indication that talent did exist. It would not be proof, but it would be evidence. It would be evidence, but not proof. And that's what I love about science, like in general, like not pop science. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a fan of pop science, but what I love about science in general is you can envision any number of ways to look at this, and if you and people can research it, people can look at it, people can test it out and see how it works. But the bottom line is, and this has been, and with chess, it's not even a question. To be clear, with chess, it's not even a question. Not including the people at the very, 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 very tippy top, okay? Because if you've ever studied statistics, the outliers to the sample.
It might mean that.
Right.
But might isn't evidence.
No, it is.
That
evidence.
Experiment is compatible with multiple explanations. It shows that expertise relies heavily on learned pattern recognition. It does not logically follow that innate differences in aptitude don't exist.
It does support that hypothesis, though. That's what science is. You create a hypothesis, and then you find evidence that supports the null. You create a null hypothesis, and then you find evidence that that either supports or does not support your null hypothesis. And so it is evidence. It's just one bit of evidence, sure. And again, I said it's not proof. It proves nothing, but it is evidence of a phenomenon. I guess we go here first.
And don't forget about the limitations of the data.
And again, like I said, I began with this. Like, I'm using this as what we call a demonstrative, right? I'm using it as an example. I'm not saying my entire argument is hinged on a single social experiment. This was done for entertainment purposes by people online. You know what I mean? It's like where they're interviewing Magnus and Hakar, and they're just doing this for fun, right? Obviously, this isn't a controlled setting nor serious science. I'm just using it as a demonstrative. Hold on. But there have been many experiments done about the importance of pattern recognition in the formation of a chess player, and how the difference, like, in other words, the whole point is there's no, and Hikaru talks about this all the time on this channel. There's this idea that chess players, especially grandmasters, are like these very intelligent people, right? And he hates that. He hates that when that gets conflated all the time, because chess players are, according to Hikaru, not me, according to Hikaru, pretty arrogant, kind of stupid.
What evidence would convince you that innate differences exist? Because if every study showing learning is taken as evidence against talent, but no possible study could count as evidence for talent, then your position isn't really testable.
Where do you keep creating this straw man, and I genuinely don't understand why. I have never said that you couldn't think of an experiment, or that there's no experiment that could exist that shows this. I mean, there's all kinds of, I have said repeatedly, there's all kinds of experiments you could hypothesize that would show this or that. Does not go up for the draw, so I'm going to throw in this check. And here, just so we get rid of the perpetual, because I don't want to draw this game, if at all possible. Go here. There's all kinds of ways you could potentially prove the null hypothesis or not on this. Matter of fact, it would, because it's not the negative, right? Like, since you're not proving a negative, hypothetically, it should be a lot easier to prove talent than the contrary. Like, it should be a lot easier to show it does exist. I'm gonna win on time, so I'm just gonna prevent myself from. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, there's all kinds of experiments you should be able to run. Matter of fact, that's what I'm saying. Like, if talent exists, it should be actually fairly simple. Like, I could think, just off the top of my head, all kinds of thought experiments that would show talent exists. Matter of fact, that should be relatively easy to, a relatively easy experiment to put together. But, there's, but again, This is something that sorry. This is something that like I would highly recommend, like the talent code in particular, because it really, like, if you need a chapter and verse of what we know about the cutting edge of human differentiation, talent, success, what makes success, like what people attribute to success, why people are successful, the variation of populations, and more importantly, how do we use this data? Like, in other words, like, okay, like IQ, right? IQ, I hate discussions around IQ because you can measure IQ and everything else, but it doesn't really matter to the individual. You can talk about like chances of getting cancer by smoking cigarettes till you're blue in the face, but that doesn't mean you as an individual are gonna, if you start smoking cigarettes, you're gonna get cancer, right? For you, matter, and it would be very easy if you started smoking, you didn't get cancer, say, hey, this shows that, you know, you were lied to about the risks of smoking and cancer, right? So the more interesting question to me has always been, okay, hold on one sec. Did I already? We're okay. What do we do? Like, how do we use this information as a way to better ourselves as humans, and like to make sure that things are just more fun and worthwhile as just a human species? Like, in other words, like, I don't think IQ as a way to like if you use IQ as a way to be a jerk about the differences of ethnicities, wealth gap, and the like, that's not useful to me. What's useful to me is like, okay, you can look at populations and say, this population, their IQ isn't in alignment with what we should expect. They need more resources, right? Like, we need a different paradigm. We need to change the food in the area, or we need to look at, I think things that happen in Flint, Michigan were easily discoverable long before the lid was ever blown on that, if people would have just cared more about social policy, for example. I should have probably castled first, although I don't know if I want to castle, to be honest with you, with that file open. What time is it? Oh my gosh! I swear, talking to General is amazing. I'm gonna go ahead and castle. Okay. We'll bring the knight back. Is that a free pawn? Or am I crazy? Oh, it was not a free pawn. Fair enough. Or at least I get another pawn. Maybe I should take it with the bishop. Yeah. I'm going to be up so many pawns. I think that's going to be worth being down a knight, I think. Thomas, check. How goes it?
Anders Ericsson's research, which heavily influenced the book, was often interpreted more strongly than the data justified. His work showed that practice explains a large portion of performance differences in some domains, but not all of them. Other research has found that deliberate practice is important, but leaves significant variation unexplained.
Citation needed. For sure. Let's see here. One of the first things anyone ever does, like, for example, let me put it this way, No Face. When Einstein published his groundbreaking research on the theory of special and general relativity, a consortium of scientists got together and called poppycock, bullcrap. They signed a letter saying this is bogus science that doesn't make sense for X, Y, and Z, and they attacked his character as a person and everything else. And it's like, And when this was brought to Einstein's attention, he said, essentially, he made the point that it's like, if it were true, then you would only need a single paper would, disprove all that. So what I'm saying is it's very easy. It's the first thing. It's the first thing anyone ever does in an attempt to discredit someone's argument is to attack the person who presented the argument in the first place. So I don't know much about Anders Ericsson's research. I don't know how credible it is or not, but I would love to hear the research people do have on it then. McNamara, Hambrick, and Oswald, two of the meta-analysis found deliberative practice explains some, but not all performance variation. The conclusion was that practice is important, but not sufficient. That does, see what I mean? Even in your own, so McNamara, Hambrick, and Oswald, right? Which were used as a counterpoint to Anderson's Erickson research. They did not say talent exists. They did, see what I mean? They said that, practice explains some, but not all performance variations. It's like, well, then what explains the others? You know what I mean? It's like, well, okay, that's fine. I'm sure they did, and I'm sure that's true, but okay, well, then what does explain the performance variation? If not, then what is it? So McNamara, Hambrick, and Oswald in 2014 found a meta-analysis, which is, if you don't know what a meta-analysis is where they take a whole bunch of research and they turn it into one big data set. Like I have 50 data sets, I'm going to turn it into one data set. It doesn't do anything new. Meta-analyses do not do original work. They are fed off of other people's work. They're very often criticized because the person who is putting together a meta-analysis gets to choose what becomes into the analysis. But all that is completely aside, they said that deliberate practice explains some, but not all performance variation. Well, then what accounted for the rest? I mean, that's a very important question then. So if their meta-analysis...
The burden isn't on me to find one study that says talent exists.
It is, actually.
The debate is whether the evidence supports the claim that all differences in ability can be explained by environment. If the evidence only shows that practice matters, then it hasn't answered the whole question.
See, that's what I mean. This is what we call burden shifting. I tell you a book exists. Book exists. Point proven. Book exists. You say talent exists. I say show me talent. But you're asking me to prove a negative now. It's like I need to be the one that shows that something doesn't exist. The contention is talent doesn't exist, and I have run multiple experiments to support that hypothesis. That's what I'm saying. But if talent exists, then you should show me the talent exists. Yes, 100%. If you say something exists, if you say talent exists, if you say cup exists, if you say women exist, if you say glass exists, if you say controller exists, well, then I need to be able to show you a controller. It's a little bit different than it's a bit of burden shifting is a major. I understand why it happens, but yes, if you say something exists, then you 100% should be the one providing evidence for it. Yes. Proving negatives, a little bit rough.
I'm not asking you to prove a negative. I'm asking you to support the alternative explanation you're proposing. If your explanation is that environment accounts for all differences, you have to show why innate variation is unnecessary, not just show that environment is important.
Unnecessary? What does necessary have to do with anything? I don't need to show anything is unnecessary. I just need to... See, that's what I mean. That is a heck of a burden to show that it's not necessary. What do you mean it's unnecessary? I'm not even sure what that even means.
If I win giveaway, I'm gonna buy Mecca. That's
awesome, Omar. That's a great game. I'm asking you to support the alternative explanation you're proposing. It's like, and this is what I'm saying. You're asking me to support a claim when you could simply show me talent exists. Like, in other words, how would I prove to you a book doesn't exist? Like, in other words, if I looked everywhere, and I mean everywhere, and I couldn't find a book, would that not be enough? Like, how much looking do I have to do before I convince you there's no book? You know what I mean? Like, especially when at any point is like, if you say book exists, you could just show me book. Like, just show me a book. You say phone doesn't exist. I am going to stand by the hypothesis that books don't exist. Well, let me show you a book, and then we'll be done with it. It's like saying, it's like, not only am I making a claim something exists when my opponent isn't, but also it's up to him to show all the universes and dimensions in which the book couldn't possibly exist. That's a bit much. Like, not only now do I have to show you that books not only do not exist, but they never could exist.
When you ending stream.
That's a bit much. In about 20 minutes.
I'm not asking you to prove talent doesn't exist as an absolute. I'm asking whether the evidence you are presenting actually supports that conclusion.
Yes.
Showing that environment and practice matter does not automatically show that talent is absent.
Yeah,
if you think those factors explain all differences, then you need evidence for that stronger claim.
All I'm saying is you can either show me, like, in other words, like, I've given you a book. I've given you research from, let's see, Anders Ericsson's research, who heavily influenced the book, and McNamara, Hambrick, and Oswald, who have also supported the claim that deliberate practice explains some, but not all, performance variation. Their conclusion was that practice is important, but not a complete explanation, but it is supported. So that does support the idea that so in other words, none of that is evidence for talent existing. So it's like, I can talk at length. I can give you experiments. Let me put that into the song request queue. Give me one sec. October. So it's like, what I'm saying is my bar is very simple. October Rust. I'm not sure what October is. Is it by Alessia Cara? That one? I'll add that one to queue. That one looks fun. Leslie, yeah. Let me accept your queue. It's okay. Game Award. Okay. What was this? Accepted. So again, like, as far as like talent is concerned, like, if you make the claim that exists, then yes, I do think it should be much more important for the person who's making the claim that something exists to provide evidence for it. My argument is simple. If you give me
I think the issue is that you're treating evidence that doesn't directly prove talent as evidence against talent. A study can support the importance of environment without disproving innate differences. The research you have provided answers the question, how much does training matter? It does not answer the question, are all people equally capable of benefiting from training?
I didn't say people are equally. See, that's what I mean. This is burden shifting and goalpost moving. I never made the claim that all people are capable of benefiting from training. And if that's the standard we have to meet, then there's really just then we just don't have in common ground. Because that's a ridiculous standard to require for someone to make that claim. Because we've talked about how big a difference things like biology is and how tall you are. And we have to account for these things. There's a myriad of things that can influence overall success of someone or not in a field. Like having to I have to list out a million different things. And then once I've listed out that million things, well, then there's a million things more. It's like, but did you account for this? But did you account for that? Have you looked at this? Have you considered that? It's like, that's a bit much. And I've never made that argument in the first place. Hold on, one sec. I need to lock in. Here. I had a total mental block. The issue of primary treating evidence that doesn't directly prove talent as evidence against talent. A study can support the importance of environment without the innate differences. The research you have provided answers the question. Right. It's like, in other words, I think you and I both, right, we would already, before the discussion even began, both agree that deliberative training and practice is important to become successful in any field, like to mastery of any particular field of either sports, art, music, or whatever it is require deliberate practice to be successful, and to what degree would be, questionable. Like, how much time should I spend playing the saxophone to become a good saxophone player? How much time should I spend kicking the ball around? What is the optimal amount of training hours that a footballer should have in order to become the best possible football player? I mean, I think we already agreed on that.
You're asking me for direct proof of talent while using evidence that only shows practice matters as evidence against talent. Those are not equivalent. Showing one factor is important does not prove it is the only factor. The goalposts have moved from talent doesn't exist to prove talent in a way that isolates every possible variable.
No.
Which is a completely different argument.
No, one single example, and I can think of many ways it could be shown, and people have tried to show, to be clear, there have been experiments that have attempted to where it was expected to be found. In other words, like, we expect to see this variability based on innate differences. We expected to see it, and we did not see it. I need, like, show me a study which account, like, where it happened. I mean, what I'm saying is that would be enough. I'm not saying you even have to do that. Well, I have not at any point made a claim you even need to do that. I'm just saying that would be all that you would need to do in order to show that the concept of talent exists in general. But people have tried in many different, very clever, by the way, ways to show that that these type of hold on, bye-bye here. Shoot, I should have. Hold on, I'm gonna run out of time. Give me 1 sec. 1 sec. I really. Okay. I didn't want to lose that game. I did not want to lose that game. I'm playing Leslie. I just now realized that, by the way. I just now realized that. Let me, like, if we're getting a little bit, like, big picture-esque, like, we're kind of, like you said, we're kind of getting into the forest over the... Yeah, we're kind of getting into the forest over the trees on this one. My simple contention, and I can support this with actual studies that have been done and actual experiments that have happened, is that if you give me absolutely anyone who can play guitar, I can turn them into a great guitar player with time, energy, and resources. As good as anyone else could be.
No, face it cannot be that deep broken heart.
Huh? What can't be? What can't be? I will further also make the claim. That it is impossible, because it doesn't exist, and that's my claim. Because talent doesn't exist, it is impossible to look at anyone, absolutely anyone, at an early age and tell me what they will be have an aptitude for.
Sight.
Absolutely anyone. You cannot look at a child. There's no test you can do on that child. Like, if you take, like, someone in the 3rd grade and you look at this child and you look at their blood, you look at their bones, you look at their genetics, you look at their parents, you look at their social economic income, you cannot tell me what they will be better at. Like, where you cannot tell me what they will have talent for over something else. There's no study that you can do. There's no research. There's no lab. There's absolutely nothing that would be able to guide them in a direction that fits their talents, because it doesn't exist.
Can you believe that I gained at least almost 200 elo from when stream started?
Yeah, I can believe that.
I think we're talking past each other. You're asking for evidence that proves a thing called talent exists as a measurable, isolated factor. I'm not arguing that there is some single measurable substance called talent. I'm arguing that people have different natural capacities and aptitudes that influence how easily they learn and what they can achieve. The research you bring up shows that training and environment are incredibly important, and I agree with that.
If you tell me that...
Unlatch.
If you tell me... Hold on one second.
My point is that it doesn't automatically show that everyone has identical potential or that all differences can be explained by environment alone.
Never do a 24-hour live stream without a coffee. Bad idea.
That is a bad idea, Reki. A lot was said there, and I want to give it full deliberation. Just give me one moment. I have an attack too, sir. I have an attack too. Go here. You're too slow. Too slow! Too slow. He was so close. He was so close. He was one move away. He was just one move away from greatness. Oh my goodness.
Man, I'm here chilling now.
That's awesome. I'm just chilling here now too. I'm having a great time with No Face. I'm arguing that people have natural capacities and aptitudes that influence how easily. If you tell, oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you make the claim, if you are arguing that people have different natural capabilities and aptitudes that influence how easily they learn and what they can achieve, then I want to know how I measure this. I want to know how I measure that. How do we find that out? Because I don't mean quantitatively. You can do a qualitative analysis. I want to know that if I'm looking at these two people, this person has this aptitude, this person has that aptitude, this person has a greater aptitude for this person has a greater aptitude to that. Keeping in mind, we built an entire, have you ever heard the thing, I'm a visual learner, I'm an auditory learner, I need to, all these things. When this all ended up
at the end of the day, he'll say that this was a fun conversation. Takes me back to being in university arguing philosophy with people. I love that we can do that. I hope you know that this isn't in any bad faith or anything.
Agree. 100% agree, No Face. I've been enjoying the conversation quite a bit, in fact. I love these type of discussions, and to be honest, I don't even mind if I'm wrong in them. To be clear, if you showed me research of things, this is one of those things where, I don't know about you, but I'm the type of person when I'm talking in these type of discussions, I'm going to go back and be reading a book later. I guarantee you I'll be checking my own biases and re-looking at research later so that next time, I'll be a little bit more informed, or I'll just be more up to date on whatever the current research is, whatever things I haven't considered, will have been considered, and the like. But but we had an entire policy that was put into place under the concept, on the pedagogy, as it were, that, one sec. I messed up. I think it has to be this. It's the best I could do considering the circumstances. I definitely did misplay that. I definitely just, thankfully he did not go wait for the attack. Okay, now we have an escape square, but I completely lost my train of thought.
What's tomorrow?
I completely lost my train of thought. Tomorrow is Tuesday, and it is 4 hours of chess, 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have my schedule for this week posted. It is my turn.
Oh, chess, let's go.
One sec. Yeah, chess for 4 hours tomorrow. I'm sorry, and I just completely blew this game. I have 6 seconds left. Can I win this game in 6 seconds? Probably not, but maybe. We'll try. Oh, it's terrible. Terrible move. Oh, I thought it was his turn the entire time. It's a good conversation, No Face. It really is. It really is an interesting thing. And I think the most interesting question is, how do we deal with maximizing overall happiness? In other words, so that people who have talent, quote unquote, so that people who have talent have it best expressed. You know what I mean? So that we have people who are happy in their abilities, so that wherever they are, wherever their aptitudes lay, that we can reach we can do the best for people. Because the biggest thing that came out of today's discussion that I think about this a lot is the Pygmalion effect. Ever since I learned about it, I kind of hate it. Like I have a certain sense of almost indignance that that's a thing at all, even though I know it is. I know it happens. It still somehow bothers me that, just because, the NHL hockey one was a big one for me. Like, because the just
Omar eating
depending
me some
on
fingers.
what part of the year you were born in can so heavily influence, something like that. Let's get rid of this bishop. I don't like it there. Oh, that's fine. I don't care about that. You just lost your queen. Okay.
Next time we should discuss Weether, or not God is real LLLULLUL.
That's an easy conversation, though. That's an easy conversation.
You should 100% raid Reki. He's been streaming for 20 hours, lol.
If I have enough people, I sure will. I 100% will. That's a good idea. That's a great idea. I don't know how many people are currently still with me. I don't know how people are currently still around. Okay, that's not what I wanted. But you know what? It's okay. Okay. I don't know what I did with this opening, but you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm going to try to win this on time now.
Uggo, I think we got a different opinion about that cows for me. It's not easy, lol. Either way, I gotta go say a man was fun talking.
Oh my lord. I'm not sure we do have a different opinion about that one. I'm not sure we do, No Face. I have no idea where
Ryan,
you
what
stand
did you
on
say?
that.
I was gone.
I think you might be surprised. I think you might be surprised on that one. What did you say? I was gone. I said I would be more than happy to raid Reki if he's still online when I get off. I think that'd be a great idea, actually.
Open.
Open? What are we opening? Are we opening our presents? I don't know what. That's 2 games in a row. I did that. Why did I do that 2 games in a row? Chessmaster GM1M Elo. Wow. Just how high is your Elo, Chessmaster? Okay. Today was not the day for Bullet. Today was just not the day for Bullet, I don't think.
Wow, this guy has it all, lol.
What does he have? What does he have? Didn't mean to do that, but okay. Interesting choice. He spent a decent amount of time on that move, though. Maybe we can turtle. Maybe we can turtle a bit. Okay.
Yet TTS is open to voices to see all the voices.
Yes, if someone is asking. Hello, wow, this guy has it all. What is my opponent doing?
Hello, Captain Ibrahim Traore here.
Or her
Captain
MB.
Ibrahim Traore here. How goes it? Captain Ibrahim Traore. I'm already gone.
Hi.
There it is. There it is. See, when you sack your queen or your knight, rook, when you just give up a free rook, all you do is you just start moving faster. You just start moving faster and it all kind of works out. Someone just sent me a message. Who sent me a message?
Do you?
What is that? That didn't even work for TTS, Ibrahim. Captain Ibrahim Traore. Do you know any sea shanties, Captain Ibrahim Traore? Do you know any sea shanties? I must know if you know any sea shanties. I want to look at your channel, too. Wow, you actually post stuff, too. Cool. Sure, it's 58 subscribers,
Standing
16
for.
videos.
Is that he? Setting up defenses.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, let's do a new game. Let's do a new game. I think now we can lock in. Just as a reminder, everyone, we're going to be online from 2 to 6
Hello,
p.m. Eastern
Mr.
Standard Time.
Limelatch Sama. I am here again.
Ah, Dangon has returned it. How goes it? And from whence ist thou returning? You know, I'm going to call that on purpose. I did that move on purpose. I did.
I've been inactive today because, like I said, I've been going through a lot of bullshit today.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes we are inactive. Sometimes it happens.
I ended my live, you can see it.
No, why did you end? I was going to raid you. Why did you end, good sir?
No.
Just joking, Blow.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
And sheer live.
I think I'm going to beat this person on time. I think I am. No. We got 1 pawn. That's all we need.
Long message above. I didn't want to TTS all of it.
I had to sit in the Texan heat outside with a shit ton of mosquitoes for 4 hours because people were doing work in my house. Come back inside, I have trouble breathing. Brother, jeez, you couldn't like go somewhere, like, you know, just chill, a local gas station, if nothing else. My goodness. Okay, let me check some. Dongan, I do apologize. Oh, now I'm taking off. Now I feel bad. Now I feel bad because you've been through all that, and now I'm getting ready to take off. I am so sorry. But I am getting ready to take off because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I want some dinner.
It's aight.
Dongan, I played a little bit of Persona 4 last night. I'm gonna have to restart it though, I think, because I think I messed up.
Hungry lad.
I think I messed up. I didn't realize how dungeons worked in that game, and I went straight from floor 1 to floor 2 and fought a boss, and I had like no experience points. And I don't think it's possible to beat the boss like that, and so I have to go back and restart that dungeon. But that was a lot of fun doing that, by the way. Okay, let's find Reckless Recky.
My bad. I couldn't catch up. I went to bed at 5 p.m. and slept till 9 a.m. somehow.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead.
I'm eating Dan Dan's chicken fingers.
That's awesome, Omar. I couldn't catch up. I went to bed at 5 p.m. and slept. No, you're good. You're 100% good. Let me go ahead and switch the scene just to say goodbye to everyone. We do have an open giveaway, song requests, all that good stuff. Our bot came back online at some point, I think. I'm not 100% sure. But even if it didn't, it doesn't particularly matter. No, I guess it didn't. It's so weird because it was working on this.
Can you give me a quick summary of what I missed, just so I know?
All I did was advance the story to Yuki, and Yuki being pulled into the other dimension, and Chie and Yosuke and our main character have gone in after her, and now I'm battling Chie's dark half. That's what I've been doing. But I'm going to restart that part anyway.
Because Kick didn't have a VAD when I checked.
Yeah, I had to delete it because I accidentally doxed myself in the middle of the stream. I'm sorry. I put up my personal information. completely on accident. When you do that, the only way you can really fix it quickly to make sure no one gets your home address and name is to delete the VOD. I'm sorry.
See you lime.
I'm going to be restarting from an earlier save point, though, next time I play, which I haven't decided exactly when that is yet. The stream is getting ready to happen. Goodbye, everyone. I'll be back online tomorrow, 2 to 6 p.m. for some chess content. Tomorrow night, maybe surprise stream.
Bye.